Call to order the regular board meeting of February 11th, 2020 at 7 p.m. The Pledge of Allegiance tonight will be led by the Anchor Bay Junior ROTC. Please rise. Thank you very much. Can I get a round of applause for the Anchor Bay Junior ROTC, please? Item 3 is roll call. Clerk Barry, please call the roll.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Here.
Treasurer LaFata.
Here.
Trustee Anderson.
Here.
Trustee Joseph.
Here.
Trustee Bossberg. Here. Trustee DeMink.
Here.
And Trustee DeMink does not have a voice today, so for all of his voice votes, he will voice a vote, but he will also use hand signals, which will be a thumbs up and thumbs down, and then I will repeat them for accuracy.
Thank you. All members are present. Item number 4, presentations. There are no formal presentations on tonight's agenda, so I'm moving on to item number 5, department reports. This is the time for any departments to update the board on the activities of the department. Director Coddington.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Don from the DPW. First of all, my first item is to make the board aware of we're going to be pulling another pump from our Sutton Road sanitary pump station. So I'm giving this to you, so I'm making the board aware that we're going to be pulling that pump, taking it in. We're trying to do a proactive move on this one. It's been acting up, so we're going to pull it and send it out to get torn down and possibly rebuilt. Number 2.
Okay, there we go. The mic wasn't on. Number 2, there's a lot going on with the water levels in the lake. I wish I was the man that could give you all the answers. I can tell you that we're still gaining lots of information. We will be having a meeting here on March 4th from 6 to 8 p.m. We're going to have the Corps of Engineers here and other agencies. We're also going to have different businesses that can help with different types of flood control methods and equipment that you can use. I want you to know that you guys can try and reach out to the DPW. Any of the questions we'll try and help you guys answer. We will be assisting as much as we can around the lake's edge. I want to emphasize anybody living on the lake, start preparing to build up. If your seawall is not built up higher than normal, you better do it. The lake levels are expected to keep coming up, and there's going to be a lot of damage if we don't take precautions and try to build some kind of barrier to stop them waves from slamming on shore. We have a few more things on the item coming up a little later, but that's basically what I wanted to touch on right now. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further department reports? Director Duchesne.
Thank you, Supervisor Acciavatti. Members of the board, I just was asked to provide a short update and a memorandum regarding the audiovisual team and improvements in the board chambers. I did send that report out, and just some comments on that. We began this process with assignment of the supervisor to upgrade the equipment last April 15th. We went through a process where we set project goals was to improve the video display and recording capabilities, audio capabilities, improve reliability because of the systems, had failed a number of times, to increase our efficiency, capturing voting records, recording decisions if possible, install and implement design, audio, video, and sound system solutions, and to provide for the optional live streaming of meetings and events. The pre-bid meeting took place on May 17th. We followed up with 4 meetings that include looking at vendors and assessing what our capabilities and needs were. It also resulted in the acquisition of a number of pieces of equipment. The bid was awarded October 8th of 2019, and the purchase order issued in October 9th. The first test meeting was December 17th. We made some changes. We are currently in a project closeout phase. It is not completed yet, subject to some final testing and changes, but the equipment has been installed, the systems have tested, and it is currently being used tonight. As of last meeting, the copy of the meeting was available on YouTube by about midday of the following day. So the meeting of the 28th was available, I think, around 11 on YouTube the next day. We have the ability now to do other things that the board may wish to do. The system has a lot more technology than it's currently being used because it has a smart system, if you would, to self-direct to tone of voice, use of microphone. However, we found that currently procedurally that is not effective, so we still have production and utilization of a producer here in doing that. We also have included a couple of boards to replace the pin-up boards in the entrance level, the posting bulletin boards. They're running electronically, and in one of the conference rooms, self-installed by facilities operation and maintenance, we have a monitor. I'd also like to comment that the setup in the room was assisted by Treasurer LaFata, who physically built that production desk over there and installed that, and I thank him for that as part of the project team. That was very useful, and it complements the design of the system. So we are substantially complete, and we're as of January 2nd, pending closeout in the next 30 days. That briefly is where we started. We have now digital equipment update service by a vendor, Able Communications, from the St. Clair Shores area, and we'll continue to make changes and improvements where necessary, and should the board decide to enhance services by being a live broadcast, we have the capacity tied to the very effective iCompass system allowed by diligent companies. We can do a couple of other things with that to utilize that, or we can actually put the live streaming also up or directly up on Civic Plus, the website, in a common feature on the homepage. Thank you much. That's all I had at this time.
Thank you. Any questions from the board for Director Duchesne? Thank you. Any further department reports? We'll bring up to the board. Trustee Joseph, I believe, will be holding off on the Parks and Rec update today. Trustee Vosberg.
I will be making the Parks and Rec announcement tonight. Chesterfield Township Parks and Recreation Department is now accepting applications for summer employment. Possible positions include day camp counselors, park booth concession workers, park supervisors, and DPW/maintenance laborers. All positions have a varied work schedule and multiple responsibilities. You must be available to work nights, weekends, and holidays. Apply online at chesterfieldtwp.org. Resumes accepted through February 21. Registration for spring season baseball is here. Select leagues are available for 5 to 15-year-olds. Registration is taking place through March 20 for T-ball, pitching machine, minors, majors, and senior leagues. Call the Parks and Rec Department at 586-949-0400, extension 4, for league specifics and ways to register. Third one, are you passionate about creating healthy, active lifestyles? Do you have a love for your community? Do you have enthusiasm? Radiate positivity and have a drive that just won't quit? Then you're a perfect fit to be a member of the Chesterfield Township Parks and Recreation Commission. Looking for people to volunteer their time promoting programs and working with the department to ensure recreation programming in Chesterfield Township is the best that it can be. The advisory board meets once a month at 6:30 p.m. If you'd like to join the team, submit a letter of interest for consideration to the township supervisor with a copy to the Parks and Rec Department. And then last, I have leaders in our community. We would like to ask you to lend a hand as Chesterfield Township prepares for the water levels along Anchor Bay to further rise. With the Mother Nature's tepid spring forecast, the Department of Public Works is looking for groups of 10 or more people to volunteer their time filling sandbags to minimize potential flood damage. Here's your chance to give back to your community and positively impact the lives of your neighbors. Looking for church groups, businesses, booster clubs, sports teams, scouts, and the like. To donate your time, please contact the Department of Public Works at 586-949-0400, extension 3. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Trustee Vosberg. Trustee Demink, you better watch out. Trustee Vosberg did a pretty nice job pinch hitting for you. Any further updates from the trustees on your various committees and updates? Clerk's report.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. The clerk's office has several things to update the board and the public on this evening. The first is that the absentee ballots have gone out. If you have requested an absentee ballot, then you should have received it at this point. If you have not, and you do not receive it by the end of the week, please call the clerk's department. You must have submitted a completed application for an absentee ballot in order to be issued a ballot. If we do not receive that completed application, we cannot send you a ballot. So there is no reason that it has to be given any longer for requesting an absentee ballot, but we must receive that completed application from you. So if you are expecting an AV ballot, have not received it yet, just give it another day or two. If you don't receive it by the end of the week, please call the clerk's office and we will find out why you do not have your ballot yet, and we'll take care of that for you. Secondly, this is a presidential primary election, and there are 3 ballot styles that are available to voters. There is the Republican primary ballot, the Democratic presidential primary ballot, and then a ballot that has only the ballot initiatives on it, or excuse me, the millage proposals. It's a proposal-only ballot. You may select one of those 3 ballots and only one of those 3 ballots. The proposal language does appear on both partisan ballots, the Republican as well as the Democratic Party ballots. If you do not wish to vote for any presidential candidate, you can request the proposals-only ballot that will have no presidential candidates listed, but you must declare which party ballot you would like to have, whether it's the Republican Party candidates or the Democratic Party candidates. In the event that your chosen candidate, once you submit an absentee ballot, if your chosen candidate drops out of the race and you would like to select another candidate, or if you change your mind regarding your candidate, you may request a new ballot from the clerk's office. We can spoil that ballot and we can provide you with a different ballot. This is particularly likely on the Democratic side because there are quite a few candidates that are running, and oftentimes those candidates will drop out as their campaigns decide that certain primaries happen and there's not viability. That might have been the candidate you voted for, and now you'd like to select another one. You do have the ability to do that up to the day before Election Day. We cannot do that. Once the absentee ballots go to the absentee counting board, we can't get those ballots back. But up to the day before the election at 4 o'clock, you are able to request a new ballot. Call the clerk's office if that is the case, and we will assist you. Lastly, the Election Commission did meet this evening, and they completed 3 matters of business that I'd like to update the board and the public on as well. First is that the Election Commission did approve the public accuracy test for all of the election equipment for March 2nd at 9 a.m. That is open and available to the public to view the public accuracy test. That is to make sure that the selected machines have 0 totals and that they are working properly. There is a process that is mandated by the state that the clerk's office will go through in order to do that, or that the election commission will complete, and that is open to the public as well if you'd like to confirm the accuracy of the machines and the technology that is used. The other two items of business, one was that the election commission approved all of the chairs, co-chairs, and election inspectors for this election and reviewed all of the ballot styles. In addition to that, they also set the absentee counting board location for this office at 47275 Sugarbush Road. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. That completes my comments.
Thank you. Treasurer LaFatta, there will be a treasurer's report tonight. Okay, couple of real short ones for me. We have a very long agenda. The first one is a light. Finally, this is 15 years in the making, at least from my seat. You'll see a light on Gratiot in Marketplace, and it's covered up at this point. That MDOT did install at that intersection. There was a tremendous amount of calls and concerns from that dating back well over a decade, and the Michigan Department of Transportation did put up that light. It will take a week or so to get it actually energized, and that'll be a very big help for safety in that, not only coming in and out of Marketplace, but in and out of Kings Point subdivision onto Gratiot. Quick update on Brandenburg Park shoreline restoration. Today was the bid opening. There were 5 bids. I would expect action, in the next board meeting or so after bid tabs get calculated to move forward with that shoreline project, and that's moving forward very well. And the last project would be, we're moving forward very close toward execution of the agreement with Six Rivers, and that's for the 36 acres. Six Rivers is a land conservancy group. The 36 acres at the end of Hooker in the Salt River, that will be Salt River Nature Center in concert with the Michigan Department of Natural Resources. So that project is moving very close toward execution. No further department reports. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. Item number 6. All items under the consent agenda are considered routine by the board and will be enacted in one motion. There is no separate discussion of these items. If discussion of any item is required by the board member, it will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Public comments on the consent agenda items are permitted. We have 4 items under the consent agenda tonight. Approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of January 28th. Approval of the agenda. Approval of a recommendation from Public Works to purchase meter and meter components from Ferguson Waterworks, and approval of the payment of bills as submitted by Finance Department. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Supervisor, I'd like to make a motion to remove, or request to remove consent agenda item B from the consent agenda and have that item considered separately.
Motion by Trustee Joseph to approve the consent agenda minus item 6B, which is the actual agenda. Is there support?
Second.
Motion by Trustee Joseph, support by Clerk Barry. Discussion. Comments from the board or the floor. Clerk Barry, please call the roll.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Clerk Barry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg. Aye. Trustee Demink. Trustee Demink is an aye. Treasurer LaFatta.
Aye.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye. We will now move on to item 6B, which is approval of the agenda with addendum if necessary. Would Trustee Joseph like to make a motion or an amendment to the agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I'd like to propose, I'll be brief, it gets a little confusing just with the numbering, but the genesis of this request comes from the tail end of our meeting, which has to do with regular agenda item 12. I believe regular agenda item 12 is probably the agenda item most interested in from the audience tonight. And I have a problem with the regular agenda coming in after public comments and board comments. Specifically, I would like the opportunity to hear from as many residents as possible before we go into closed session, before public comments. So in essence, what I'm asking for is agenda item 9 to be changed to agenda item 11. 10 becomes 12, 11 becomes 9, 12 becomes 10, with agenda item 13 remaining the same.
Clerk Barry, I'm assuming you have all that. Is there support for that before we have discussion on it?
to the end.
I do not see support for that change.
Mr. Supervisor, I'm not sure people understand what you're asking for.
You made a support. Okay, so we got a motion and support. Okay.
I'll support.
Okay, so now discussion. I think I didn't really understand all that, and I think Clerk Berry will...
I'm happy to clarify if you'd like. Just so you understand what you're voting on, what I'm asking for is agenda item 12 currently takes place after the closed session. I understand that that's an appropriate place for that. My difficulty is in that it comes after public comments and board comments. So in essence, all I'm asking to do is to move the public and board comments below closed session and then the regular agenda item, just for clarity.
Oh, understand, okay. I thought you, that's very clear. So you're just moving item number
9 and 10.
9 and 10
11 and 12.
to the bottom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any further discussion from the board?
Just for clarification, so then what will occur should this motion pass is that regular agenda item 12A will be moved to the last regular agenda item prior to closed session.
Yes.
No, that's not how I understood it. Trustee Vosberg.
I was just going to ask for clarification of what the clerk just said, because that doesn't sound like the proper order. That's...
So if I understood the original layout of the agenda, obviously there is some concern that we hear from our attorney in closed session before we deliberate on what is currently agenda item 12. Correct? Follow everybody there?
That's correct.
Okay, so what I'm asking to do is just put the public comments and the board comments at the completion of that discussion. So everything else remains the same. It's just really the moving from agendas items currently 9 and 10 to what would then be 11 and 12, and moving agenda items currently 11 and 12 to 9 and 10.
So Trustee Vosberg, 12A would still be after closed session.
Correct.
Which is the piece I think that you were concerned about.
Thank you.
Any further comments from the board? We had a motion by Trustee Joseph, support by Treasurer LaFata to approve the agenda as amended. Clerk Berry, please call the roll.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Treasurer LaFata.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Demink is an aye vote. Trustee Vosberg. Aye. Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Thank you for your indulgence. It'll hopefully make more sense as we roll out tonight.
I think it does make more sense, thank you. Moving on to the regular agenda, 7A, approve a request by Public Works to partner with the Macomb County Department of Roads to improve 3 miles of gravel roads within Chesterfield Township with a 10% match from the township of $23,655.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Joseph.
Second.
Support by Clerk Berry. Assistant Director Johnson.
All right, this is the third year we're a part of this gravel program. So I just kind of drew a brief map that we have shown right there. The streets that are in blue in the top right corner of the northeast quadrant of our township are what will be getting done for the gravel program this year. Last year, the roads we did were in green, which would consist of 25 mile, half of Baker, Shire on the west side of the township, and then Maurice, which is on the southeast corner of 94 and 23 Mile Road. So we're just continuing to complete the northeast section by doing this, because those roads are, obviously all the roads are in not the greatest shape. Get those completed, and then next year we'll start working on the west side of the township as the plan suggested last year.
Any comments from the board? Fantastic. We are 3 years into this program. Chesterfield Township was not ever included into this program prior to 2017. 2017, we had 1 mile. 2018, we get full inclusion, just like the northern 6 townships, and that would be 3 miles. 2.5 more years of 3 miles of re-graveling. We will have all 15-ish miles of Chesterfield Township roads re-graveled for the first time, so thank you so much. Motion by Trustee Joseph, support by Clerk Berry to approve item 7A as submitted. Clerk Barry, please call the roll.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Clerk Barry, aye. Trustee Anderson. Trustee Vosberg. Aye. Trustee Demink. Trustee Demink is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFata.
Aye.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye. Motion passes. Item 7B, approve a request by Public Works to purchase a block of 100 hours for GIS updates from Anderson Extending Electric at a total cost of $9,000 from GL 591-541-801. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion by Clerk Barry,
Support.
support by Trustee Vosberg.
All right, so this block of hours is the second year in a row I've done this. This is not that we are locked in at 100 hours. We are paying on an hourly basis for this work, not to exceed 100 hours. So we're not going to be locked in at 100 hours no matter what. Last year, in the 100 hours we used 30.5 of those hours. The reason we used so few is because a lot of the work was done between AEW and High Tech. There was a lot of behind the scenes to get schedules coordinated and things completed. But we now officially run and have our GIS on our own server, which was a lot of work to create. So I thank Jeff Miller from AEW and Cody Mallory from High Tech for completing that arduous task. And so this year, we're going to be focusing on adding layers to our GIS, namely our sanitary sewer districts, adding the Macomb County and the SEMCOG GIS systems to our GIS so we can have like a one-stop shop for our GIS, as opposed to having to go to multiple sites. And then cleaning up a lot of our GIS because there are some minute tweaks we have to make in terms of, size changes, pipe lengths and things like that. And then also potentially looking at the rest of the township, being inclusive of this as well. We can add other layers that may be necessary, like planning might have use for, potentially the clerk's department, with different layers they could use for either elections or zoning, things of that nature.
Any questions from the board? Trustee Anderson.
Yeah, just wonder, how many of those 100 hours, based on the past, do you think you'll have to use?
Out of those 100 hours, based on, so I got a quote that's included in the packet, and that would show we're probably going to use all 100 hours for this project.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further comment? Trustee Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. My question is actually for the treasurer. As it relates to this particular vendor and in terms of invoices, have you had any experiences or any difficulties with reconciling invoices from this vendor, and do you have any concerns with this proposal?
With the GIS, this has been ongoing for a few years now. I don't have a problem with that. There's other open issues that I had a meeting with one of the representatives from AEW. I think there's a workable solution, but I haven't seen anything materialize yet.
Thank you.
Any further comments from the board? Any comments from the public on item 7B? I fully support this item in continuing to maintain and update our GIS system for a number of reasons. Motion by Clerk Barry, support by Trustee Vosberg. Clerk Barry, please call the roll.
Clerk Barry, aye. Trustee Vosberg. Aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Demink is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFata.
Aye.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Item 7C, approve a request by Public Works to purchase 100,000 sandbags from Midwest Sandbags at a total cost of $16,000 from GL 101-446-742.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Joseph.
Support.
Support by Trustee Vosberg. Director Coddington.
Okay, we are requesting to buy 100,000 sandbags. We did a lot of research, and this company came up with the best price at 16 cents a piece if you purchase 100,000. So talking to our neighbors to the north and east, Ira Township, New Baltimore, they had just ordered some. We were going to try and split the order with them. Then I called Harrison. They had already ordered 100,000 also. So I think we're going to use them. I think it's a great price. And I just want to touch, I also want to say, I forgot to say earlier that we're going to have sand in 3 locations now. And we're going to secure some more areas along the lake to make it easier for everybody to get to the sand and the sandbags. But let's get through the vote on this first, please.
Any questions for Director Coddington? Trustee Joseph.
Mr. Coddington, I know you've been in the township a long time, and when we opened the splash park, Trustee Demink challenged me the day of the opening to a water fight. I know everybody recalls I won that easily. I'm wondering if there's a way with the sandbagging, I'd like to put together a crew, maybe a 5-person crew, to take on the best that Trustee Demink can muster. Is there a way to count? Could we have staff or somebody there to maybe judge the competition? Because I think I'd like to challenge him and keep the belt, just the splash pad, the sandbagging, the whole thing, like the Tom Brady of the Chesterfield, board, I think is what I'm going to go for on this. Is there a way to do that?
We could probably figure that out.
You're in, Trustee Demink? Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Demink answered in the affirmative.
Way to get him when he can't speak and fight back.
Right.
Any further comments from the board? Comments from the public on item 7C only? Motion by Trustee Joseph, support by Trustee Vosberg to approve item 7C as submitted. Clerk Berry, please call the roll.
Trustee Joseph. Aye. Trustee Vosberg. Aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Demink is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFata.
Aye.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So real quick, and then I'll move on. Sand is available at the DPW. Sand is going to be available at the fire hall and our pump station on Jefferson. And sand will be available at Brandenburg Park soon. It's kind of hard in the winter because it gets frozen and chunky. And bags are always available at the DPW Monday through Friday from 8 to 4:30. And we also have bags available at the fire hall at 23 and Baker Road. If we add on to that, I will let you all know. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to item 7D. Approve a request by Human Resources for the ratification of a 3-year labor agreement for years 2020 through 2022 between Chesterfield Township and the IAFF firefighters as tentatively agreed to by the parties and ratified by IAFF firefighter membership on January 19th, 2020. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Clerk Berry.
Support.
Support by Trustee Vosberg. Director Duchesne is here if you have any questions. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the public? I would like to thank the entire HR team and the bargaining team. This is the last of 8 collective bargaining agreements that have been successfully negotiated along with the entire Chesterfield Township team for continuing this process and finishing it. Any comments from the public on item 7D? Motion by Clerk Berry, support by Trustee Vosberg to approve 7D as submitted. Clerk Berry, please call the roll.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Demink is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFata.
Aye.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye. Motion passes. Item 7E, approve a request by the Human Resources Department to approve 12 employees to attend the Midwest Leadership Institute from April 27th through May 1st, 2020, at a total cost including programming, lodging, travel, and food of $38,781.60, which amounts to $3,231.80 per employee.
Move to approve.
Motion by Trustee Vosberg.
Second.
Support by Clerk Berry. Discussion and Trustee Vosberg.
I just made the motion to approve this because I can't say enough about having our staff, they're very talented people, but these are the kinds of opportunities when you get to go away, hear other people, and work with other people, learn things that can come back to us, and we can benefit as a township from the things that they learn from other townships and other government and other people at these conferences. So I applaud the decision to get additional training.
Thank you. Any further comments from Trustee? Let's move on to Trustee Joseph, then I'll come to Clerk Berry.
Yeah. Mr. Supervisor, I happen to agree with a number of the things that Trustee Vosberg cited, and an opportunity to hear about other communities and look at leadership opportunities. There are some fine organizations in the county. Leadership Macomb is heralded as one of the top-notch leadership academies. It's right here in our own backyard. And there are opportunities to send people to Leadership Macomb. There are also opportunities to bring trainers in. The amount of money that's being asked for, I think, is disproportionately focused. Almost $39,000 can bring in a lot of trainers, some top-notch people that could come in and speak to our staff. Certainly these 9 learning pods that are laid out involving leadership and judgment, emotions, self-awareness, motivation, public sector ethics, groups committing to reality, relationships, and balancing the completion of needs, work, family, and self. Seems like, again, a wise investment in a number of areas. I just question how it is that we're securing this level of training. As I stated, there's some very good training opportunities right here that don't cost nearly as much, and I would really encourage a full presentation on what is available before asking to take a look at Midwest Leadership Institute.
I think I'll let Director Duchesne respond to not only this, the reason why the Human Resources Department put value in this specific training, but maybe touching base with all the other training locally and why this one, and answer the question as good as you
Mr.
can.
Supervisor. The emphasis that we put on training in a little over a year and a half has been widespread. Throughout the entire staff, we have begun to train not only in functional areas and clerical staff, mid-managers, and department heads in a variety of things, everything from enhanced Excel capabilities to certainly leadership and other technical design. There is a great deal of training that goes on in the certification areas. Everybody who maintains a certification, such as a building official, an assessor, water license people, they are constantly going into training programs. However, as mentioned, there's elements that are not trained as far as performing together and collaborating. One of the things that is good, and the reason I've recommended you train them at the same time together, is everything we get back from employee surveys, strategic planning sessions, and discussion is about communication. And one thing that you start with communication is you speak the same language. These people that have been selected are in a middle group that has a lot of, unlike some of us old birds, a lot of shelf life left in the professions. They will return to the township many years of service, and if we train them at the same time, hopefully our goal is when they come back and they write their 2 to 3 page report on what they did, what they learned, and how they learned it, they will have the same base of understanding in order to enhance that communication. Leadership Macomb, those areas are wonderful programs. Macomb Community College provides some specific training and programs. The Leadership Institute, backed by the International City County Management Association, is specifically geared at those leaders in local government and future leaders in local government. It's kind of a unique training, and it's certainly one that I have endorsed because I think it'll provide you with some very good results for a long time from these middle and growing managers in your organization. We will continue to support those kinds of training programs that are technical, that are professional development, and they need for their daily jobs. Looking locally, for instance, project management is offered at Macomb Community College. 2-3 day programs, couple-week programs. We're going to look at it all and do it all. We've sent people to regional training, as far away as Plymouth and Saginaw and Grand Rapids, and we'll continue to do that type of thing too. Good comments, don't disagree with it. Once in a while, you have an opportunity like this. And what we thought would be better and transparent and advantageous to the township administration is to have people work and train together in this particular institute because of its nature. But we certainly aren't going to lag behind on any of those other training opportunities, and we'll continue to use those so that the best service to the people of the Chesterfield Township neighborhoods and communities is served.
Thank you. Clerk Berry.
Thank you. Director Duchesne essentially addressed my comment, and that was that I'm a very huge advocate of training and investment. And I see this as an investment in a return of increased services and increased value to the public who we serve. Otherwise, if there's no return on investment or not a high enough return on investment, then it doesn't make sense. But I think that the way you've laid it out, it has. What I would also like to see, and again, I think you already touched on this, but just embellish if you'd like, or add any other comments, and that is that I hope that this opportunity does not preclude us from participating in other specific conferences such as Michigan Townships Association, SEMCOG, other opportunities that might come about, perhaps professional associations, such as the clerks and the treasurers have professional association conferences as well that are very specific to our statutory duties that or to what our staff does. So, and they are on the front lines of, those frontline folks who actually deliver services directly to our residents and the public. So long as this doesn't preclude those opportunities from being able to be had, I'm not going to have a problem with it. I seconded the motion because I believe that this needed to be brought forward for discussion. So, just so long as that doesn't preclude any of those other trainings, and I think my understanding from your comments is that it does not.
It does not.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Any further comments from the board on item 7E? Comments from the public on item 7E only?
Can I have just a...
Yes, sir. Trustee Joseph.
Again, I appreciate the response. I recognize the value of the training. There's some other issues that I would hope that the HR department is considering. As I look at the list, I understand in terms of the years of service calculation, and you have some, I think you referred to them as sort of, midway career, perhaps. I'm not exactly sure how you phrased it, but that there's a great return on investment for these particular individuals. I just would point out that most of them are department heads. You also have some concerns in the township, and I don't want to belabor it all night, but you have concerns in the township from the employees who do most of the lifting around here. They are the trench people. They are the people that are receiving our residents in the township, in the field, and the investment in them is equally as important. A number of them have expressed to me, to Treasurer LaFata and others, that there seems to be some preferential treatment given, and that's concerning. And so my point is, when we look at the expenditure of investment in workforce, let's also remember the people who are not in the numerous meetings that take place through the township through the week. I know you have quite a few, and department heads get an opportunity to be heard. But there are a lot of people here who do a lot of the heavy lifting that also need to be heard, and I'd like to see some initiatives centered around and geared towards their work in the township and rewarded with an investment like this. So I appreciate it doesn't preclude people from doing additional things, but I would also like to see something that targets those lower level staff members who Treasurer LaFata pointed out a few board meetings ago actually paid for somebody's water to service to continue, and those people are a real testament to what we have in our workforce. So I'd like to see some future investments in those individuals as well. Thank you.
Good comments, and my last sweetener would be, I'm still a registered official, so if you want me to referee the sandbag contest, I'll throw that in too. I still have a striped shirt.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Any further comments? I appreciate the diverse group that actually took advantage to go to this this training. We have virtually every bargaining unit besides the public safety team, which does their own extensive training, and every level, which is unique. And I look forward to the value and what they actually bring back. Motion by Trustee Vosberg, support by Clerk Berry to approve item 7E as submitted. Clerk Berry, please call the roll.
Trustee Vosberg. Aye. Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Demink is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFata.
Aye.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Director Duchesne. We have several in a row here for our public safety team. 7F, approve a request by the Public Safety Department to pay an invoice from the Macomb County Finance Department in the amount of $14,132.50. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve is stated.
Motion by Clerk Berry. Motion by Clerk Berry. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Trustee Joseph. Director Director Kirsten is here if you...
This is a historical request for payment to Macomb County for the roughly 170-plus police fire dispatch radios that we have on the 800 megahertz county statewide system. Trustee Vosberg, I did get your email. Did you get my response? Okay. This is for last year. The county, in checking with them, they bill after the service. We, if you look on the invoice, it came in December. We do an internal audit, make sure that their records match ours, and then we submitted it for payment. And again, this is a historical request that I've made to you since 2005.
Any questions from the board? Any comments from the public on item 7F? Motion by Clerk Berry, support by Trustee Joseph to approve item 7F as stated. Clerk Berry, please call the roll.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson. Aye. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Demink is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFata.
Aye.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye. Motion passes. Item 7G, approve a request from the Department of Public Safety to pay an invoice from Power DMS in the amount of $5,738.20. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Joseph, support by Trustee Anderson. Discussion or questions for Director Kirsten?
Just some fill-in, this also is a historical request. We initiated this software practice roughly 24 months ago. This software keeps track of our employee training. In the police department alone, we have over 600 pages of policies that officers must conform with. They must be current, they must be trained, and they must be renewed on an annual basis. This software allows us to do that, and also we push it out to the employees so there is a permanent record of what training that employee in key areas of the police department operation are trained in. This was a request last year. Our intention to become accredited, which we are in that process with the Michigan Association of Chiefs of Police. We hope to achieve that goal in the police department with the use of this software and this technology sometime late spring. And the next phase is push this into the fire department. We also hope to become accredited at the fire department.
Questions for the board for Director Kirsten? Comments from the public on item 7G only? Seeing no further discussion, we have a motion by Trustee Joseph, support by Trustee Anderson to approve item 7G as submitted. Clerk Berry, please call the roll.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Demink is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFata.
Aye.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Motion passes. Item 7H, approve a request from the Department of Public Safety to complete electronic upgrades to the public safety boat in the amount of $46,432.83.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Joseph,
Second.
support by Clerk Berry. Director Kirsten.
This is a capital investment in our new public safety rescue boat that we took possession of here late last fall. This is a complete electronics upgrade from radios to lights to navigation to night vision within that boat. The packet that I sent to you was extensive. We did seek other bidders to this or other vendors. We did select the lowest vendor, but he also offered the most quality equipment that we were advised to purchase from other agencies, other law enforcement agencies in the area.
Any questions for Director Kirsten? If you could, maybe touch base on the addition of this piece of equipment to our arsenal or tools and the potential for grants through the federal government because of this.
So this is a tool that we've never had in public safety on police or the fire side. It is a large 38-foot Munson firefighting, law enforcement capable watercraft. All weather, much like you see with the Coast Guard, with the Michigan State Police, with the DNR. It enhances our capabilities both in the waterfront communities and with the potential developments of the waterfront areas in the township, we had limited resources. The good thing about receiving this is once you acquire the tool, there are grants through Homeland Security which help fund and operate this, which we have applied for. The portions of that, the grant specifically, Stone Garden, pays for the operation, maintenance, and upkeep of this boat. So we make the initial investment, we bring it up to current standards, current functional uses for the law enforcement officers and the firefighters, make it usable for our community, and then we will apply for Homeland Security funding to continue operating it throughout its life.
Thank you for elaborating. It is a substantial investment, and I just wanted to give as much information as possible about the value that we feel this will bring to our community. Thank you. Any comments from the public on item 7H only? Any further comments from the board? Motion by Trustee Joseph, support by Clerk Berry to approve item 7H as submitted. Clerk Berry, please call the roll.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Demink is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFata.
Aye.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye. 7I passes, or 7H passes. Moving on to 7I. Approve a request from the Department of Public Safety to purchase oxygen forensic software from PACTech Digital Forensics in the amount of $7,495. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Motion by Clerk Berry.
Support.
Support by Trustee Joseph. Director Kirsten.
This is an investigative resource that our detectives are going to have the ability to now implement instead of us farming it out to other law enforcement agencies. Obviously, we are an electronic society now. When we investigate certain cases, we have limited ability in-house to download iPads, phones, secured technical instruments. We usually have to farm it out. This is a high-volume complaint call that we deal with. This software gives us the ability on a low end to download information from cell phones with a search warrant, and we keep it in-house. So that is the request.
Director, or Trustee Anderson.
Thanks for the promotion. So your existing DB, your detectives now would be able to implement this without any additional personnel, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
I know Clerk Berry.
Thank you. Just, Director Kirsten, if you can just make sure that the board is aware, and I know that I am because I've looked at the packet, but that turning this now, there was another agency that was handling this that we were farming it out to. Now we're going to be doing it in-house. All of the records retention regarding this will now be followed as well, now with us doing it as well. All the evidence.
It's evidence. It's anything we download becomes evidence of a crime, and it goes to the prosecutor. And obviously, yes, they become confidential to an extent.
Yes.
If you could maybe, just touch base on, some of the other approvals throughout the night were renewals and software subscriptions. This is a one-time purchase to purchase the software, and it will not be back.
Yes.
For annual renewals.
There isn't an annual renewal with this. This is a software that is used for our current technology. What I would suspect with any technology is within a couple of years, it may change. Phones often change encryption. This software is just something that's low-end, common, and current to the software that's operated in phones now. I say phones, but computers and iPads.
Trustee Vosberg.
I'm requested to speak as the voice of my associate here. This does not go on to the township computer hard drive, does it?
No, it does not. This is a standalone computer that we will build within the DB.
Trustee Joseph.
A couple of the questions has sparked the question for me. The question about records, and then to follow up on Trustee Demink's, there are records retention things that fall within the parameters of the clerk's office. There are also things that I get from knowing Trustee Demink for many years that are law enforcement, and they belong in law enforcement. To be clear, we don't have a situation where you have, and I mean no disrespect, but it's two totally different operations, and I don't want to see cross-contamination, if you will, with people asserting oversight over your department. This is a police function that's autonomous from records in other areas of the township.
That is correct. There is a divergence in that records retention schedule, Schedule 11, I believe it is, from the state that we follow, and we're mandated to. We don't have a choice. It's issued from the prosecutor and from state law. So this is evidence. It is not a public record. It is not something that we can openly discuss or release.
In terms of go ahead, Chief.
Whatever we remove.
In terms of remaining in compliance with the document retention schedule, it is your people, your command officers, your organization that determines that compliance. It is not a function of any other elected official or records department. That is yours independently.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any further comments from the board or the public on item 7I? Seeing no further discussion, we have a motion by Clerk Berry, support by Trustee Joseph, to approve item 7I as submitted. Clerk Berry, please call the roll.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Demink is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFata.
Aye.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Director Kirsten.
Thank you.
Item 7J, a recommendation by Supervisor Acciavatti to adopt resolution number 2020-02, a resolution in support to station the F-35 fighter mission at Selfridge Air National Guard Base. I'll make a motion to approve as stated.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Acciavatti, support by Clerk Berry. Discussion.
I have a number of questions.
We'll start with Treasurer LaFata beat you to the punch, so we'll start with Treasurer LaFata, and then I'll put you in the queue.
Thank you.
Previous to this, on March 19th, or March of 2019, Chesterfield Township passed a resolution. We committed to take part and support the Selfridge Sustainability Study. If you look at the scope of work in the sustainability study, there is no reference or mention of basing the F-35s at Selfridge Air Force Base. The first meeting that we had with the consultants that were hired by the county to do the sustainability study, it became a sales pitch, and we heard F-35s, we heard growth and economy. I asked the question, is the sustainability study for both status quo and F-35As? The answer was yes. This does not seem to hold true at this point in time. Seems like our Macomb County executive, 11 Michigan representatives, have already petitioned the Secretary of the Air Force telling them Madison, Wisconsin doesn't want the F-35s. We want it in Selfridge Air Force Base in Michigan. The original bases that were chosen for the F-35, Burlington, Vermont, Madison, Wisconsin, were given the opportunity of multiple town hall meetings in a question and answer period that lasted over 2 months. The residents in the proximity of the base were concerned of the noise levels of the F-35As. The process, I hope, won't be overlooked and the residents' concerns will be heard. In 2013, the Air Force selected Burlington, Vermont to be the first Air National Guard to replace their F-16s with F-35 Lightning fighter jets. This led to an increased noise footprint, and what happened is 2,640 homes because of the noise levels are deemed incompatible for residential use. The majority of the letters that have been written from Burlington, Vermont, prior to them getting the F-35As were from those that were not in support of basing those in a close proximity to their home. The F-35A generates a noise level of 150 decibels. 85 decibels were measured at the ground in Burlington, 65 decibels in their homes. Night training would be from 10 p.m. till 7 a.m. There would be a minimum requirement of at least 10% supersonic flights. The afterburners will need to be used on takeoff and landings 50% of the time, not the 10% that was originally used in the data. There hasn't been enough flight hours to really know what the F-35A does and how noisy it is. Selfridge Air Base, current environmental impact to the surrounding areas. 4 or 5 years ago, there was a deer herd. Those were all killed off at the base. Most of the trees were removed 4 or 5 years ago because of homeland security. Retention ponds in the area are frowned on because it minimizes waterfowl. Selfridge is listed on Selfridge and another air base in northern Michigan is listed as one of the largest PFAS contaminated areas in Michigan. The economy, defense contracts, DOD data for Chesterfield Township over the last 18 years has decreased. Currently, it's a little over $1 million annually. The largest defense suppliers, Burtech and Company and International Star Corporation, have both gone out of business. Both of them were given industrial tax abatements. I've got a chart from the Department of Defense for jobs in Michigan and Macomb County. In between 2016 and 2017, which is the latest data that's out there on the website from the Department of Defense, there's been a decline in jobs in Macomb County of 1,423. Growth will be limited in Chesterfield Township due to the increased encroachment that will be caused by the F-35As. The footprint in Burlington, Vermont grew about 30% because of the noise levels. The only place for development will be left to our northwest quadrant. There will be a cost of millions of dollars to township residents. There's an incorrect quote on the resolution from Supervisor Acciavatti. Detroit Free Press has President Trump quoted in Warren as, "There is still a possibility." That's all he said, possibility of basing the F-35s here. All this is all factual, no opinion, no, it's all off of data, DOD sites. Now, a resolution to support the 35As without proper vetting lacks leadership, it is premature, and without thought and consideration for Chesterfield residents. That is my opinion. Thank you.
I think I'm going to recognize Clerk Barry to read the resolution into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Chesterfield Township Board of Trustees, Resolution 2020-02, resolution of support to station the F-35A fighter mission at Selfridge Air National Guard Base. Whereas the Charter Township of Chesterfield recognizes the Selfridge Air National Guard Base has a long and proud history of flying fighter aircraft dating back nearly 100 years and is an integral part of the U.S. military's mission to protect the interest of the United States of America. And whereas the Charter Township of Chesterfield recognizes that the continued operation of the Selfridge Air National Guard Base is important to our economy and the economy of Macomb County as well as that of the state of Michigan, and that its operational capacity should be protected. And whereas the Charter Township of Chesterfield strongly opposes any joint use of the runway at Selfridge Air National Guard Base by civilian or corporate users. And whereas the Charter Township, whereas stationing the F-35A at Selfridge Air National Guard Base will ensure that Selfridge Air National Guard Base will be sustainable as a military base for the foreseeable future. And whereas during the 2017 strategic basing process, it was determined that Selfridge Air National Guard Base held many advantages over the other 4 bases under consideration for the F-35A mission, including, but not limited to, existing facilities, airspace, and limited conversion costs. And whereas the President of the United States recently stated that the administration is giving, quote, strong consideration to deploying the F-35A aircraft to Selfridge Air National Guard Base. And whereas the United States Air Force has yet to make a final decision on where to locate 2 F-35A fighter missions. Now therefore be it resolved that the Charter Township of Chesterfield hereby extends support to the Air Force for the placement of the F-35A mission at Selfridge Air National Guard Base and encourages the Secretary of the Air Force to station the F-35A at Selfridge Air National Guard Base.
Thank you, Clerk Berry. Trustee Joseph.
Thank you. I won't reiterate all. Thank you. I won't reiterate all of the concerns that Treasurer LaFata pointed out, other than to say they're real and they are very concerning. And I know we've had a lot of politicians and a lot of state, local leaders have signed on to the F-35. In this resolution, you have the Selfridge. The copy of this resolution will be shared with the Selfridge Brigadier General, Congressman Paul Mitchell, U.S. Senators Debbie Stabenow and Gary Peters, State Representative Pamela Hornberger, State Senator Peter Lucido, the Macomb County Board of Commissioners, and the Macomb County Executive Mark Hackle. In March of last year, this board was deeply divided on a resolution that talked about something called a joint use or sustainability study. Anybody who followed that meeting, there was a lot of the same debate you may hear tonight, which is concerns that Treasurer LaFata raised in addition to the economic concerns of what potentially the F-35 means to the community. It went back and forth for some time. The motion failed. It was a split board, 3-3. During that deliberation, Supervisor Acciavatti reiterated that the sustainability study only gave us a seat at the table. It was said many, many times, a seat at the table. That's all that we're asking the board to approve and endorse in this resolution. My concerns then were that the seat at the table was really all the concerns that Treasurer LaFata laid out. You have some concerns about noise, you have concerns about pollutants, you have concerns about the economic impact, and I can see why all of the elected officials who have been promoting this F-35 placement, I can see why they've advocated for it. There are some very, very good things about it in the region and in the county. The difference between those individuals, myself and Treasurer LaFata, is I didn't get elected to represent the entire region or the state. I was elected to represent you. And the concerns that I've heard from people who live close to the base are that we are hearing decibel levels that are not just a nuisance. It's not what we hear when the air show is here. We call that the sound of freedom. It's not nuisance level decibels. You can't sustain life in 125 decibels. It just can't be done. We argued in March, aggressively argued in March, to be a part of the sustainability study. at the time of the resolution that was eventually passed 2 weeks later after it was introduced, we were able to secure a number of seats at the table. Myself, Treasurer LaFata, members of our Planning Commission, and the very first meeting where this entire sustainability study was put together, the Department of Defense has partnered with the county and the base to look at joint, how do we equally joint sustain our community and the base. And we raised, Treasurer LaFata at the time raised the concerns that he just raised tonight, and we were assured that our concerns were heard, and that the vetting process, the opportunity to go through this, what is estimated to be a 12 to 18-month potentially process of looking at the real impact on what the F-35s will mean to our community, haven't been heard. They haven't been heard. In March, I argued that this was really just the first of many steps to rubber stamp and get township approval to put in something that hasn't been fully investigated. I was gavelled. I was labeled as being full of mistruths and half-truths, and that we were engaging in a process to find out what the impact was. We just started the process, and now we have a motion that says the F-35 is, the wave of the future, and it's everything, and we don't know that that's true. We just don't know that it's true. And the individuals who are being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to evaluate this told Treasurer LaFata and myself. They welcomed our concerns. They're not trying to hide anything. They don't want to silence concerns, because they know that what could happen is what's happened in other communities like Madison, Wisconsin. As they start to move the aircraft on base, the residents say, wait, we haven't been heard. They're picketing in the streets, and they're saying, this is too loud. There's too many problems associated with this. That's why this base is being considered, that's why Selfridge is being considered, because other communities, when they had the process unfolding the way it's unfolding here, the elected leaders just sort of said, oh, it's the best, economically it'd be great. We don't know that. We don't know that that's the case. And so that's the reason for the sustainability study. We've just gotten started, and this resolution is premature. It is what I was accused of in March was election campaigning. This is just nothing more than flag waving, and it's premature. It's a mistake to do this. It really won't change the scope of things, so I'm not going to spend all night talking about it, but it's just a political hustle. That's all that is. That's all this is. And we should wait to find out what the real process is in terms of the impact in our community. And I would point out, Mr. Supervisor, this resolution, which promotes the placement of the F-35 and asks for the placement of the F-35, is going to impact the residents and businesses on the south end of our township. And we have a packed house tonight where we know that we started off the meeting talking about you're probably going to be flooded. There's very good potential that you're going to have a cell tower if some people get their way. And now you're going to have 125 decibels in your backyard before you ever get to be heard on that. I won't stand for that. So I'm against this resolution, and I think it's premature. Thank you.
Any further comments from the board before I bring it up to the public? Trustee Vosper.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. In my opinion, what this resolution is saying is that we are supporting a mission at Selfridge. For sustainability of our good neighbor, we need a mission, ongoing mission there at all times. There have been times when Selfridge is almost shuttered because missions left and nothing came in to replace it. This, 5-6 years ago, this was a topic of the F-35s coming to Selfridge was a topic when they were first being considered. And I just think this is something that is a way of us saying we support Selfridge, we support what's going on there. This township has no influence at all on whether the F-35 comes or not. That's a federal decision that happens at the military level. That's a situation, we need to be talking to our senators and Congress people with. But I support this as an effort to support our neighbors. Thank you.
Hold on, we're going to get around the entire board before we go back for seconds, and I might even go up to the public before I bring it back up. Any further? Trustee Anderson.
I think we're replowing this ground again. Mr. Joseph and Mr. LaFata hit some great points here. There should be a public hearing involving this. I mean, to say we support Selfridge, we do. Chesterfield's under the flight plan of mostly, as long as I live here. Where do the planes come and go? They come over Chesterfield. We don't know. This might be a great addition, these new aircraft. It might, just the opposite, be the worst thing to our quality of life. And to sit here tonight, whether we're saying we're going along with it as a community, 4 people here could be deciding what the opinion of the township is for almost 50,000 residents. This should be vetted out a little more than it is passing this thing right here. The only thing I agree with is, like the idea that the Township of Chesterfield strongly opposes any joint use of runway at Selfridge for civilian or corporate users. That's the only thing I see beneficial in here. But this resolution's telling the powers to be, and there's a committee out there looking at it, that, hey, come on, Chesterfield's all in favor of this too. And I don't really believe that's what we're looking at here. We need to vet this out a little more in a decision here tonight, and that's it.
Any further board members who haven't already spoke? Trustee or Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I'd just like to address the issue of potentially a loss of use of property. I'm a very, and all of you who know me here on the board know that I am a huge advocate, again, for personal property rights. It's always been a very significant principle for me that the government should not take any action that would interfere or encroach upon an individual's right to enjoy the quiet enjoyment of their property. And that is, in fact, what they are not allowed to do. If your property is damaged, if there is a loss or a damage to your property due to the action of a government agency, whether it be a township board, the federal government, the state of Michigan, the county, regardless, they have to compensate you for that. So this notion that there's going to be some significant damage in terms of use of property by this, if it were to happen, and again, Trustee Vosberg is absolutely correct, we have no control whether or not the F-35 comes here or not. But in the event that it did and there is some damage, and that can be demonstrated, the federal government would have to compensate you for that. So that isn't, I think that is kind of a straw man argument there. I think that's just something meant to scare and intimidate, and that's not the case. So I just wanted to point that out, and I would certainly not take any action whatsoever if I thought for a moment that there was going to be some sort of encroachment upon personal property rights. I've been an advocate many times on the record for personal property rights, and I would certainly not take any action. I don't think this resolution does that. I think you're putting the cart way before the horse on that as well. I think that this resolution simply makes a public statement to other elected officials who recognize this to be important as well as a statement of support for Selfridge and for that sound of freedom. I think that's all that this is, essentially. It doesn't mean that any of those other things are even going to take place. And I support this resolution for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I bring it up to the public, and then I'll bring it back up to the board for round 2, I did draft right, and I believe in every word of this resolution. Every word is in there for a reason. The timing is also for a reason. And because I believe the following statements. Selfridge Air National Guard Base, the fact of the matter is an important neighbor to the south. The air base exists, it has, and I hope it exists as a military use only airport. Now, the sustainability study, with the leadership of Executive Hackle, is striving for that exact goal. So how can you take a 3,000-acre, very expensive base that throughout the last 20 years, the mission has changed substantially, and make the math work at very, very high levels of the federal government? You get innovative, and that is what you're seeing happening at Selfridge. You're seeing the Eisenhower Center for a big chunk of the base and some of the old housing get offloaded. And you're also seeing potential synergies for partnerships, not for the runway. And what that means is no commercial traffic on that runway. You're also seeing substantial discussions about taking the south or the north east portion of that base, beautiful piece of property, a ton of lake frontage. It's where the Air Museum is, and partnering to move the box, the secure box, back to potentially rent or open up that entire section of that base back to the public. Another piece that would help make the base sustainable. The reality is the A-10s did get a little addition to their time. We're looking at 10 or 15 more years for that mission. If a sustainable Selfridge does not exist, I am very, very certain the dynamics above us will ensure that financially that base is sustainable. And having 747 cargo planes, whether it's FedEx, Amazon, or UPS, all great companies, flying in and out in every moment of the night in a reality 20, 30 years down the road, would be way, way worse off than another mission. And the mission right now is the F-35. This decision is way above our head. We are late to the game in that Harrison Township, the past two of these, virtually every other community surrounding the base has passed a support resolution, including each and every one of our U.S. delegations on both sides of the aisle, both U.S. senators and our entire Michigan Senate and House delegation. The timing of this is very simple. It was spoken about a sustainability study. We do have a very large presence on that study, and it's going to go on for the next 18 months. Between our planner, two members of this board, along with myself, it's the feedback I got that initially rose my ears after the first meeting that was portrayed how Chesterfield felt about the base, and these were from higher up individuals, and I do not believe that Chesterfield had that same belief. That coupled with the fact, and it's a game changer, that President Trump a week ago specifically mentioned Selfridge, and this decision to at least potentially make Selfridge one of those bases is imminent. It's next month or the month after. After that happens, you got 4 or 5 years of environmental studies, of analysis, of public hearings, of endless decisions with public input every step of the way at those next levels. So I stand behind every single word in this resolution. Without the next sustainable mission, I believe Selfridge will be vulnerable to become a commercial or a joint use runway, which I am 100% against, and I will fight that every single step of the way. And I look at the next mission, which is the F-35s, being a means to the end for the next 100 years. And as you know, a lot of people are here. I heard some applause on it, so I will open it up to the public before I bring it back up to the board. If you do wish to speak on this, state your name and address for the record, and limit your comments to, is it 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Make sure you sign in on the sheet so the clerk can get the record straight at the end.
Just please don't take the sheet with you.
My name is Joe Kadich. I live on Sutton. Basically, I sent the board an email yesterday reiterating something I'd written to The Voice that hasn't been published yet, and it involved the F-35 coming to Selfridge. Now, I'm not either for or against that. All I'm asking for that this board participate in is give the residents that are going to be affected by the sound of this a chance to see what's going on. In other words, have a test. They can duplicate it with another plane, just having sound equipment or something else, to know what's going on. The one thing that's different about this township that none of the other townships are concerned about is the flight path. When those planes leave Selfridge Air Base, they're immediately airborne and over Chesterfield. So as they're taking off and climbing, they're going, and they end up basically going like over from the midway of Russo Highway over toward
Mr.
the Home Depot.
Mr. Kagich, make sure you address the board.
Okay.
That's our rules.
They go over, as I mentioned all of this in my memo I told you, but essentially all the air noise, the high decibels and everything, is going to be over Chesterfield. And the same thing when they're landing. They don't land in the opposite direction. They start descending wherever over Home Depot, coming down, and they land. So all the air noise and all the property damage that Clerk Barry says, you're not any damage, you're getting damage to people. And we know how the government have compensated damage from Agent Orange and everything else that people have. You shouldn't even be suggested to it. And that's all I'm asking this board to do. There's no reason you have to sign this thing and include the F-35 is okay to come here. Because now you've lost your chance to have any say in what they're doing. The fact that you say we're going to allow them and they're coming in, you're making a choice for probably 20,000 residents in this that are going to be directly under that flight pen. And I don't think you should have that choice. I think you could at least, Trustee Anderson said, have a town hall, get the input, have something to show them. If you've got these experts that are there, let the experts bring in with the sound equipment or even have a test. And then you say it's okay to bring the F-35s in as long as the people aren't going to be harmed by it. You see what's happening here. Most of these people are here because of the cell tower. What do you think is going to happen if they come in with that F-35 and you've got a worse situation with this? Are you going to tell them to say, oh, that's okay, we said it was okay? Your best option is to table this thing, set up some type of test, get with the people that are most affected, and have an open session with it, a town hall or whatever, and then decide whether you want to send this out. There's no reason you have to send this out. Is there a reason, you said the times of the essence on this, why does this have to go out? Why does it have to include the F-35? You want to tell us that?
You have a minute and a half left.
Pardon me?
You have a minute and a half left.
I think you're supposed to respond to me when I'm talking as part of the agenda. This isn't public comments.
Our board rules state how I run this meeting, and there is no back and forth at this moment. If board members wish to respond to you...
Does this change from meeting to meeting or what? I'm serious.
You have 1 minute.
I've been here when there's been discussion with people, just discussing things on the board, with attorneys that have come here and everything else, and there's back and forth. Now, there's no back and forth on this?
Thank you. You have 55 seconds.
Thank you. The people can see what we're up against here.
State your name, address for the record, please, and limit your comments to 5 minutes.
You want me to fill this out?
Just
that why this is here?
Especially your name, yes. The clerk needs it for the record.
Can you hear me okay? I had trouble hearing. I didn't hear much of Mr. LaFatta's. I just heard the word decibel a few times.
sitting in the back. My hearing's not like it used to be. But anyway, I have something to say about this. My name's Mark Fortin. I live in Mallard in Chesterfield. I've been here since 1973. I'm born and raised in Mount Clements on the other end of the runway. And so flying aircraft overhead has never really been too much of a thing to me. The gentleman before me talked about maybe a test, but military aircraft, every one of them have their own noise decibel level. The only way you're going to do a test is with the F-35. Now, I remember during the Vietnam era, and for a number of years afterwards, we had the F-4 Phantom jet at Selfridge Air Base that I thought would never go away. There cannot be, I'm confident, there cannot be a military aircraft made to make more noise than an F-4 Phantom taking off. Did anyone know what the F-4 Phantom is? Do you remember? Freedom Hill. You know Freedom Hill? That jet on display is a F-4 Phantom jet. It was the primary fighter jet used during Vietnam. 2 engines, and I mean noisy. Now, many of you are here tonight, myself included, concerned about this cell phone thing. Excuse me. That tower is going to emit tons of radiation 24/7.
I'm sorry, sir, we have to stay on this agenda item.
I'm just pointing out why they're here.
And that's the board rules. We cannot
Okay,
speak
I'm
about
sorry.
another topic about this than this fine. That's the
sorry.
board rules. I just am here to
Okay, I
make
apologize. I don't want to use up my time. I apologize. I won't mention that again. However, I'm saying that the noise of a jet flying over happens as it's going over. You're not perpetually pummeled by the decibel level, okay? So the F-4 Phantom was super noisy aircraft. Now, this entire nation, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, board, this entire nation has been scrambling trying to get this aircraft. I've been following it for some time. I was honored last week at Dana Corporation to be invited when the president was there. I was very surprised to hear him say that Selfridge he sounded almost positive that Selfridge is going to get this aircraft. We cannot have this airbase turn into a multi-use or a private airport. We will have big-time jets in and out of there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because of where Selfridge is at, with the Sterling Heights auto factories and all that kind of thing. That's going to be a major commercial, probably not for passengers, but definitely for cargo, is going to be used for cargo, and that's it. The whole country is scrambling for this aircraft, and I can't believe that we're against it. We've suffered under very noisy aircraft in the past. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I thank you for the honor of addressing you.
Thank you. The clerk just informed me that I did misstate the 5 minutes during agenda items. She stated it was 3 minutes for public comment during agenda items, so I'm short. And we still have a long way to go, and the big item's still coming up, so thank you, and I want to hear from everybody.
All right, my name is Brian Paul. I live on Forbes. I've lived there for 26 years. I've been here for the F-18s, the F-16s, and the A-10s. I remember what it was like when the F-16s were here, and I thought they were pretty loud. 3 weeks ago, I spent a week in Key West, and down there, they were practicing the F-35s for the Super Bowl flyover. Well, all week long, we got to listen to the F-35s, and I can tell you from experience, you don't want those planes flying over Chesterfield. They're much louder than the F-16s. The F-16s were very disturbing and very loud, but I moved here when they were here, so I moved in next to the pig farm. I'm not going to complain about it. However, the F-35s don't even compare. It's the loudest plane I've ever heard in my life. That's the only part I can speak on from experience. I mean, a lot of it's hearsay, or you got decibel numbers. You don't understand what a decibel number is unless you hear it. Just so you know, they're for real. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment on this item only, which is item 7J?
Patricia Vodowski. I live at 47037 Sugarbush Road. I've been in this township for quite a few decades, and I've listened to all the jets. They fly right over my house. But even though Selfridge has been here for about 100 years, all the new development we have has not. We've had most of the development in the last 20 years in this township, a lot of housing and subdivisions, and that would greatly impact the environmental impact of those jets flying over all those new subdivisions, and they come straight over Sugarbush Farms, and I watch the planes, I enjoy watching the planes, but when they start telling me that they're going to be flying in the middle of the night and coming in and out, that's outrageous. And unless we're at war, there's no reason for it. I don't get it. I really don't. I don't know why you want more noise. The environmental impact here is horrible. We live on some of the most beautiful water in the world, and now we got PFAs, we got all this pollution, and now you want to make more pollution here? I think it's outrageous. And then now you want to take the people who bought all these big, beautiful homes, and because the decibel levels are so high, is to destroy their environment, what's their impact for those individuals, including myself, because I live right in, I watch them fly over all the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I got a copy of the board procedures, and it says comments during agenda items are 5 minutes, and 5 minutes for comments at the end of the meeting. So I would
Which
like
is it? From very
I would like to allow people what they're...
I'm comfortable letting them speak as long as, I'm comfortable suspending the rules if the board is available to do it, and letting them speak as long as they want.
We're not suspending the rules.
Well, we can do that.
We're trying to give them back what they deserve.
I'm comfortable with the 5 minutes. I'm comfortable with the 20 minutes, whatever the board's, I'm going to be quick. Go ahead, what's your name, sir?
My name is Daniel Vanscoy, resident of Chesterfield on 4th Street. And what I've heard from you guys basically is that no matter what you vote, it's going to come, is what I heard. I don't know what the rest of everyone heard, but so if that's the case, why not, as a board, as a representative of the people of Chesterfield, say, like the few gentlemen before had said, put it to the people, put a vote to the people, and then you can represent us by saying the people don't want it here. And then you tell the governments up above you that we're standing behind our people, we don't want it here, and then when the push comes to shove, we'll have your backs, just like you're going to have ours. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Any further comments on this item only before I bring it up to the board? Seeing none, I'm not going to come back to the public on this one. I don't plan on it anyway, but we'll see where it leads us from here. Treasurer LaFata, brought up for round 2.
The city council in Madison, Wisconsin wrote a letter to the Secretary of the Air Force. They had unanswered questions. The Secretary of the Air Force never answered them. They sent a delegation to Burlington, Vermont in hopes of hearing the F-35As for themselves. Conveniently, the week they were there, the Air Force grounded the F-35As. We're talking about houses and destruction. Out of the 2,460 houses that are deemed in Burlington, Vermont is not habitable, they've already torn down 216 of them because of the encroachment of the noise. They're not livable. 65 decibels in your house is a lot of noise. 85 decibels when you're in your backyard trying to barbecue is a lot of noise. So I think the residents need somebody to help them to get what they feel safe with. We shouldn't be telling them as a township board what they want. They should have a chance to vote and voice their own opinion on whether they want an F-35 or not. The growth in the economy is not here for Chesterfield Township. We have very little economic benefit from the Department of Defense. The other thing is we should get some kind of compensation if these things ever do come to Chesterfield for some of the inequities that the residents are going to suffer. But just to roll over and our leadership tell the Air Force that we want these things is not in the best interest of the residents. And if the residents don't think so, they should come up at the end of the board meeting, one by one, and state it in your final comments. Just come right up and parade to the, and say, this is what we don't want. Tell your elected officials what you want and what you don't want. And maybe tell them it will reflect on their future as an elected official. I think that's probably the only thing that they might take into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the board?
Yes. Oh, thank you. Couple of comments. Mr. Kadich came in. There is no reason to send this out now. As I think Trustee Vosberg indicated, this decision isn't going to be made by this board. This is, I think in some board members, yes vote for this resolution is simply exactly what she said, and that is a confidence vote for the sustainability of the base. And I don't take issue with that. The concern that I have is one of the speakers that got up and talked about his experience having lived here since 1973, and specifically the F-4 Phantom. I had a group of kids that volunteered, and we adopted a plane out at the Selfridge Air Museum. There was an F-100F that was also out in a Vietnam-era aircraft. It happened to be the aircraft that was flown by former base commander Miller, Congresswoman Miller's husband. So I spent a little time out there. You adopt a plane, you wash it twice a year, and so I had a group of kids that I took out there from our court. And the base personnel would talk to us about the various aircraft. The gentleman that spoke about the F-4, from my recollection and my conversation, was 100% accurate. It was a very, very loud aircraft. There's an article that I would encourage you to read. It's online called, the site is called The National Interest. It's an article from July 9th, 2018. Does a compare and contrast between the F-35 and the F-4. I think when you see the article and you see all of the particulars between the two, you'll be begging for the days of when the F-4 was buzzing above your house. The person who spoke about his experience in Florida, that's a common experience. That's exactly what's happening in some of the other residentially tight spaces that the DoD has looked at this aircraft. The sustainability study is really where it's at for us. There's disagreement on this board. I don't want to turn this into a real ugly night. We got a lot more to discuss. It's probably good to keep our heads cool, and I don't want to engage in what we unfortunately have a pattern of engaging in. But I believe so far in the process, I was against the resolution on March 5th because at that time it looked like political flag waving and no real concern for what could be problems for our residents. I voted it down, and the motion did not pass on March 5th. What happened in the 2 weeks between that board meeting and the board meeting where this board voted 7-0 to approve the resolution to engage in the sustainability study was I received some feedback from the person at the county who was heading up the Economic Development Coordinator, Director, Vicki Rad. She came to our board meeting and she addressed our board on March 19th. She assured us that we would have an opportunity to express the concerns that mildly came out tonight. The very first meeting of the sustainability study happened. It was a countywide, and all of the executive team members were there. This township was well represented. I spoke about some of the concerns that were addressed from this podium tonight, and I was approached by the consultants who are being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to compile this data, and the feedback that I received from them was thank you. What we don't want to have happen is an erroneous study or sustainability evaluation go forward without hearing from the people. The process is very lengthy. You will have town halls. You will hear from experts that will talk to you about decibel levels and proximity to your house, the times that the flights will take place, the training, the chemical retardants used in the flame suppression and the training that goes on where all the PFAS is. All of these things will be answered in the course of the sustainability study. That's why I voted for our inclusion in that, and Treasurer LaFata and some of the others are absolutely right. The neighboring communities, although I have great friendships in some of our southern communities, they have no skin in the game. The people in Sterling Heights will not hear the F-35 in the middle of the night. You will. So their vote on whether or not it's good for the region does not take into account your quality of life. That's what you put us up here to do. That's what I will stay on course to do. As we get through the process and we get opportunities for town halls, and there will be them, I will do everything I can to notify you, as will Treasurer LaFata. In the meantime, I'm not prepared to tell you that the F-35 is the best thing that could ever happen to Chesterfield Township. Until the evidence is in, I'm going to reserve judgment, and if you ask me my opinion, I'll of course give it to you, but right now I feel as though I'm a vessel that takes information from the people who have it, and I bring it back to you, and I share with you how to get engaged and make sure that your voice is heard. I'm not going to put out a resolution, and I voted for President Trump, and I'll vote for him again, but he doesn't live on Jefferson near the base. So I'm going to take what you say and bring it back to the committee. That's what we'll do, and that's what we'll continue to do throughout. This resolution, I believe, is premature, and it just is a bandwagon flag-waving exercise. We shouldn't do it. We should reserve our opinion until we know all the information. Thank you.
Thank you. I do appreciate, and believe it or not, besides some of the shots, the political hustle and bandwagon and stuff like that, this has been a very respectful debate, and that's usually not what happens up here. It usually gets a whole lot more personal, which it probably will as the meeting goes on. I do appreciate that end of it. We can be elected officials and have legitimate differences of opinion, and you make your decision where you're at. I believe, and I will stand behind every word of this resolution, with all the other dynamics going on around us, most of which are out of our control. This mission is the best chance to ensure that Selfridge Air National Guard Base does not become an airport for commercial users and cargo flying in and out of that 747s potentially every 15 minutes with zero control, just like the other Air Force bases around other metropolis areas. That's my belief. I think this is the best way to secure that base for the next 100 years. And I do appreciate that everyone's emotion, and I appreciate that the debate thus far has been very, very respectful. So, any further comments, Trustee Anderson?
Yeah, thank you. Three times I've heard some reference to joint use of Selfridge, that we look favorably on these jets, or else we're going to have 747s, and everybody else, the automotive suppliers, will be flying in and out of Selfridge and this and that. I just want to bring something up to our supervisor. If any of you are long-term residents, if you're in the early 1990s, there was a strong movement for joint use at Selfridge. I got to throw my wife up here. My wife and I, we were out here a few years as residents. We got involved. There was groups called Air Mad, CADPAC, etc. We ended up with a political action committee. We did have a lot of our local political support. We fought, as a group, we fought and stopped that joint use of Selfridge. So, Mr. Acciavatti, if it happens again, I'll be with you to fight joint use 747s or whatever else. So we did it before, we can do it again, and to throw that as an alternative to we better accept these jets without any furniture, and there may be some benefits there, but to to accept them at this point, or else you're going to have all these other jockeys of the sky landing in your neighborhood. That might be a little premature for that talk, too. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Acciavatti, support by Trustee Domingue, support by Clerk Berry. Support by Clerk Berry to approve the recommendation by Supervisor Acciavatti to adopt resolution number 2020-02, a resolution of support to station the F-35A fighter mission at the Selfridge Air National Guard Base. Clerk Berry, please call the roll.
Supervisor Acciavatti?
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson?
No.
Trustee Joseph?
No.
Trustee Vosberg? Aye. Trustee Domingue? Trustee Domingue is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFata?
No.
Motion passes. Item 7K, a recommendation from the CBDG Committee to apply for the Community Development Block Grant Bricks and Mortar Grant for the amount of $149,724.75, and if awarded the grant, to allocate the same amount of CBDG funds towards the senior outdoor park, and to allocate $63,272.50 of township funds toward the project. Total project amount is estimated to be $214,007.25. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Clerk Berry. Support by Trustee Vosberg. Director Sonnenberg is here.
Okay, so at the last meeting, the board approved the public service funds, so we're up here with the bricks and mortar funds. Last year and the years past, it was always done differently. Each community was just allocated so much money. This year, they are doing it on a grant basis. What makes it unique is that we have the opportunity to ask for $150,000 per project per year. You getting it up? Sorry. Okay, no, that's okay. So we are coming up in front of you guys today. We are anticipating this to be 2 phases. So this would be phase 1 of our project.
Can we bring it back when we get to technical difficulties?
Okay. Well.
Director Sonnenberg, are you close?
What's going on with it?
I don't know why the screen's not working. Just explain it. So sorry, we'll be brief. I think the board has seen the renderings.
For everybody's time, so we'll be brief. So we had, as Jody stated, we had a unique opportunity to join a CBDG funding project. We've done several of these. The project that we presented to the board is relatively simple. It's based on simple phases so we can get the most bang for our buck when it comes to the CBDG funding. The key with the CBDG funding grant is the more trades you get involved, the more complicated it gets. So we kind of wanted to break it up into 2 phases, as you saw in the presentation. We want to keep it simple with the first phase. So the risk is that with the 2 phases, it's essentially 2 contests year after year. So the first year, if we can secure the first year's funding, we will have the first phase of the project, which basically is all the cement structure, all the underground, and then from there, that'll put us in a good position if we have to moving forward to do. If we don't get phase 2, if that falls in the township, then we will be out of the ground and we'll be able to build a pavilion and other structures in the senior park plan, which I wish you could see because it's absolutely gorgeous, but I apologize. So, sorry.
Oh, you might actually be able to see. Any questions for Director Sonnenberg or?
Hold on. So this will be brief because I apologize. This represents the area where our contest plan is to take place, which is back behind our existing senior center. So back behind our senior center, that yellow area shows you basically an overview of our plan. This next photo shows the existing site to the right and what we're proposing to the left. It's pretty simple. We want to put some walkways in, some shaded area, and some outdoor exercise equipment for our seniors, along with a fence to designate that area for our seniors. We started off with our plan was a little bit complicated, and as we worked through the process, we kind of scaled things back so it's manageable and fundable. So this is an overview of basically phase 1, which shows the concrete overhead, what we're proposing with Phase 1. Like I said, we're trying to keep this phase simple. Phase 1 includes the cement walkways you see. Up to the right corner, you'll see there's a ADA raised garden bed. That middle section of concrete is for a future pavilion. The loop to the lower bottom is where we're going to put the exercise equipment, the outdoor exercise equipment. And then that circle, that egg circle to the upper left, that represents the shaded area that we're going to put in. Right now, our shaded area is included for outdoor areas, but in the future, we could turn it into a pickleball court, we could turn it into a million different things. But we just wanted some shaded areas for our seniors to be able to kind of come in and outside the building, have a little bit more space. So this is ultimately what we would see as the end result of the grant. This is if we completed both phases. But Phase 1 just represents this along with the sunshades and the exercise equipment.
Questions for the board? I know this is the second time it's been in front of us. Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, mine is a technical question of sorts in that I don't particularly like the attachment Phase 1 to Phase 2, and the original presentation I thought was a little bit different in that I like the idea of going after both grants in successive years and building on the existing. The difficulty that I have with the layout is if you do half the project and if the grant isn't available the following year, you still have you still have an attraction. You still have things that can be utilized and not just infrastructure. This is heavily dependent on the second Phase 2, and so you have a lot of unusable things that are very much connected to the second application process. I like the project that has a continuing, a scaffolding effect, a build-on effect, but not so interdependent. If the funds go away and you have a lovely cement slab, that's not going, that's not as beneficial as having a standalone Phase 1 that can be fully utilized and then added onto should the grant come in the second phase. Does that make any sense?
Completely understand and respect that. And I think what we try to do with this process is being that the grant's only limited to $150,000, and we've been fortunate enough in the last few years to do several of these CBDG-funded projects, and the reason why we try to keep Phase 1 as simple as possible is to get as much bang for our buck, only depend on a few trades. That way, it's a lot less engineering and reporting with these programs, because the problem with the CBDG-funded project is not only is there prevailing wage, but you also have to certify everyone's payroll. You have to interview every employee that works in that site. So the goal of Phase 1 is simplify, simplify, simplify. If we can get all of our underground work and come out of the ground and be finished, and we're at the end, we're standing with all of our concrete work done, and our footings are also included for the pavilion in that underground work, all of our footings and underground work is done, then let's say we don't get Phase 2, we either leave it like it is and we have a functional shade structure and some outdoor patio area, or we can add the pavilion in time and then all of our underground footings are done. We're just building off that cement slab and up. So I can show you, if you want, I can share some really detailed drawings that goes through step by step with the footings that we put in. There's a lot more detail that went into this program. Just to try to get, like I said before, is squeeze as much bang for our buck out of those CBDG funds. The problem with those grants is you can spend half your time doing paperwork and lose half your funds that should be in the ground. So that's why we kind of split it the way we did.
Can I just have a quick follow-up from our Leisure Services Director? I've had conversations with you about the way that you spend money. Is this project consistent with your vision of your department?
After engaging.
I'm sorry, maybe I mixed up my titles. I'm sorry. Yeah, there we are.
Amanda.
Sorry. It looked like Jody was going to answer there. Sorry, Amanda. Yeah.
Were you hoping for Jody to respond?
No, I wanted our Leisure Services Director to tell me if this was a good project for what you do and the conversations we've had about the vision for your department.
Sure.
And do you see this as a vital, integral part of your vision for your department?
I think the seniors are looking for an outdoor area that they can be engaged in. The Florida room that they have right now is not being utilized effectively. They have asked for some outdoor space. We have engaged with them quite a bit on what they would like to see. We have scaled down this project to offer, their priority was the exercise equipment as first priority to them, and an area to just congregate in outdoors with some shade. So I do think that that is something they would like. They would like to see an outdoor area. They would also like to see an indoor expansion of some recreation space. So we did engage with them. Several opportunities. Healthy Chesterfield Day, there was about 150 to 200 that I engaged with. Also, our Recreation Commission spoke about it. At our basketball photo day, we kind of approached the soon-to-be aging population about it. We got input there. We got input from the Senior Advisory Board and from their exercise group. So we have engaged with quite a few, probably about 600-700 people in the last 4 weeks. Nobody was against it at all. Everybody was very positive.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Yep.
A quick comment by me.
Thank you.
I fully support this project and the phasing option because it's our best chance to win this grant. And I commend the team for getting us this far without external vendors at this point. And I believe in the concept so much that if we win the grant, and I am very comfortable, the township is in a very strong financial position to start investing in our facilities, and we're going to see lots and lots of them with as many grants as possible, funding the rest of the second half of this to improve that facility on our own. And moving forward with this proposal is our best chance to win the grant. If the grant doesn't, we don't get awarded the grant, we don't get to win the competitive structure that the county has laid out this first year, then we make a decision as a board, do we fund it internally? And it'll probably be coupled in with the bigger discussion, which will be happening of a recreational center, indoor recreational facility. So I just want to make it very clear that I support this concept, and I also support using Chesterfield Township funds to build such an endeavor. Any further comments on the board on item 7K?
Yes, please.
Treasurer LaFata.
I appreciate the grant and the project. I like to be a little bit more real. Like Supervisor Acciavatti says, well, if we don't get the second grant, we'll dig into our own pockets. I kind of like real numbers. I like the budget. I like the plan. There's not a lot of money to go around. We've still got parking lots. We've got bridges. We've got a lot of things that need to be fixed and repaired. And one of the things I did notice is I don't even think we have the engineering costs in here because I think there was a note in there that said the engineering wasn't taken into consideration yet. So I'd really appreciate if we actually knew what our exposure was. If we get the first year grant, we go ahead. We don't get the second year grant, our exposure is X. We know that right up front. We plan for it, we budget for it. Not, well, if it comes, okay, if it doesn't, okay. That's not the way to run a business. It's never been for me, it never will be. I like the budget, I like the plan, and I like to make sure that the dollars I'm spending don't need to go somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the board?
Just to clarify.
Hold on, let me make sure nobody else wants to go before we get through the second time. Trustee Demink would, but he doesn't have a voice. Trustee Vosberg or anyone else? Okay, we'll go back to Trustee Joseph.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo Treasurer LaFata's concerns, which is why I asked the question about where do we stand at the end of Phase 1, assuming we don't get the grant. And I understood it to be that we had plenty of, we got plenty of bang for our buck with the Phase 1. And if it doesn't come through in the Phase 2 budgeting cycle, we're still miles ahead of the game in terms of the exercise equipment, some shaded area for the seniors, some area to congregate outside, that we still get the benefit of the Phase 1 funding, and that our position is only enhanced if Phase 2 comes in. I do understand exactly where he's going. I happen to agree with him, but I'm satisfied based on the presentation and the feedback from our Leisure Services Director and the outstanding work that you did to go out and actually talk to the impacted community, and that means a lot to me. So to have that much contact with that many of our residents who utilize that facility gets me in favor of the project. So thanks for the presentation.
Any further comments on the board? Any discussion from the public? Motion by Clerk Berry, support by Trustee Vosberg to approve item 8K as submitted. Clerk Berry, please call the roll.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Vosberg. Aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Demink is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFata.
Aye.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 7L, consider a request from the Planning Commission to increase Planning Commission wages by $25 per meeting and amend APO 05-2018 statutory boards and commissions to include the increase. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve as stated.
Motion by Clerk Berry.
Support?
Support by Trustee Joseph. Discussion? I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Comments from the public? Motion by Clerk Berry, support by Trustee Joseph to approve item 7L as stated. Clerk Berry, please call the roll.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Fossberg.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Aye. Trustee Demink is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFata.
Aye.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye. Motion passes. Item 7M, approve a request by the Clerk's Department to adopt Resolution 2020-06 in support of Veterans Services Day on July 17th, 2020. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve resolution number 2020-06.
Motion by Clerk Berry. Support by Supervisor Acciavatti. Discussion.
Just a question, Mr. Supervisor. Why does Veterans Day come out of the Clerk's Department and not a function of Leisure Services or something along those lines? The difficulty that I had with the last presentation is we have departments that do like statutory responsibilities, and we pull people from these they take the shape of political rallies in a lot of ways, and I would prefer to have events that benefit our residents come from those who are dialed into the residents. So our Leisure Services personnel seem most equipped to deal with these things. This, again, was an event that had, presented by the clerk. This is all the people's money. This does not come from the clerk's office. This is not a clerk function. Veterans are an integral part and very important, but this takes the shape of a political event. I would much prefer to see it come from our Leisure Services, and I'm wondering why it doesn't.
Trustee Vosberg. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you. I support this. I think I attended the last year's event. I thought it was very well attended. There are many, many veterans and others who were interested, who had veterans and their families who attended this. I do think it could be an even better event if we did incorporate the use of the people who know how to do these events. We just had a great event that they put on regarding health-related things. So I think if we just add to that, we'll have a great synergy there of even better service and more people being served.
I do think, so what we're looking at tonight is just the resolution to have an event on July 17th. The details of who coordinates that event, we're here to discuss, and I think it might be very reasonable for Leisure Services to be the lead on it in coordination with the Clerk's Department. Clerk's Department did coordinate it last year, and I think they had some value there with the list and how it was done, but I don't think there would be any issue with the clerk on that, but I'll let her speak to that on her own. Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. It's a good question. Why does the Clerk's Department handle Veterans Services Day? Why did we handle Chesterfield, a Healthy Chesterfield Day, and a number of other programs that you've seen added value to the community? And the reason is very simple, because it was the clerk's idea, not the Clerk's Department. These were ideas that I had. They were needs that I saw over the last 7 years sitting on the board and talking to residents and on the engagement that I've had with them, that I saw a need. And I said, okay, this is the need. This is something we can add value for our residents. What can we put together to satisfy those needs? And so what I did is I took a look at other events that other municipalities and communities had put together and said, why can't we do it here? And then I went about the steps to make those things happen. The concepts were mine. I worked with and I'm very grateful for the assistance of other board members, such as Trustee Vosberg, Supervisor Acciavatti, Trustee Demink, and some others, to make those things happen. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter who does them, so long as they get done. And I would be more than happy to work with any of our departments. I know when we took Healthy Chesterfield Day, where we serviced the needs of over 400 people the first year that I implemented it here. And we had over 30 vendors come and assist our residents. We brought those services right into our own backyard, so our residents didn't have to go to Macomb County. They didn't have to go anywhere else. They could come right here. It was very gratifying for me to see that happen. I was very happy to do it. I didn't need to take credit for it. It's not important. Not important who does. The important thing is that it gets done. So that's been handed off to Leisure Services. Fantastic. That means we can work, that allows us to work on other things. We can bring in new values for our residents and new returns on investment and so forth, and new events, and other things that we can offer so you get more bang for your tax dollar. I'm okay with that. So the fact that Leisure Services is handling Healthy Chesterfield Day is fantastic. We are always there to support because we were the genesis of it. It was kind of my concept originally. I'll make all of the resources in my department available to Leisure Services to support and assist if they need our assistance. But then we moved on to Veterans Services Day. And the reason that came about is because my husband is a disabled veteran. Trustee Vosberg's husband is a veteran as well. And we saw a need in that community and in Chesterfield Township specifically to bring all of the resources and make sure that veterans had access to all of the resources that they had earned, all the benefits that they had earned. And we wanted to make sure that our residents who are veterans had access to that, again, not across the state, that they didn't have to sit on the phone and going through various departments, whether it's the federal government, the state government, whatever the case might be, in order to get the benefits that they were entitled to. So the concept and the idea was, why don't we bring all of those resources from the various federal, state, and local agencies, along with some other business partners, bring them all here at one place at one time so that you didn't have to go through all of the red tape of government just to have access to that information. And we brought those people here. Senator Lucido participated, the Congressman's office participated, Senator Peters participated, Senator Stabenow participated. We had participation at all levels of government, and as well as our local partners, our local business partners and commercial partners, everybody came together to help a segment and some individuals in our community who needed some help. And it was a fantastic event. And it was great that we were able to do that for them. And I was very happy, and I would do it again for them as well. So regardless of who actually handles this, at our last event, our inaugural event was last year, it was last July, and we assisted over 300 veterans and their families to get benefits and to get information. And it doesn't matter how that happens, so long as it happens. So however this facilitates is fine. This resolution does not dictate that. I think the principles of this resolution are something that, and the whereases are something that everyone can get behind. And if the supervisor would like, I can go ahead and read that into the record as I did the previous resolution so that the board's aware.
You may. Right after Clerk Baker's done, I'll move to you.
Chesterfield Township Board of Trustees, Resolution 2020-06, Veterans Services Day for 2020. Whereas the United States of America was founded on the principles of liberty, opportunity, and justice for all. And whereas America has called her men and women in uniform to protect our national security, to advance our national interests, and to preserve our rights and freedoms. And whereas there have been over 1,350,000 deaths and 1,500,000 wounded that have been attributed to securing our freedom, beginning with those who suffered through the harsh winter at Valley Forge. And whereas these men and women come from all walks of life and have served our country, and its continual belief that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness were amongst the most important goals to protect. And whereas there are currently 18.2 million veterans of these wars that are living in our country, 634,000 of those living in the state of Michigan, and 1/3 of those living in the Tri-County area. And whereas it is the belief of the residents of Chesterfield Township, and therefore the Chesterfield Township Board that represents their wishes, that we need to show these brave men and women our appreciation for them. And whereas in 2019, the Charter Township of Chesterfield held its first annual Veterans Services Day on July 18th, 2019. And whereas this event was very successful, and it was attended by over 300 veterans and their families, and services were provided by over 30 government and private entities. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Charter Township of Chesterfield Board of Trustees hereby supports the veterans of the United States military and wishes to convey this support to them by hosting the second annual Veterans Services Day on July 17th, 2020.
Treasurer LaFatta.
Unfortunately, I am a veteran. I'm a combat veteran of Vietnam War. And what I saw here on Veterans Day wasn't any different than when you go down to the office over on Elizabeth and Mount Clemens. They didn't expedite anything for you. Unfortunately, there's a lot of hype involved in a lot of these special events that bring a lot of political clout and recognition to the people that get to speak. I feel sometimes like being a veteran, I'm used in situations like this because somebody uses a veteran to make themselves look good because they're touting of what they do for veterans. And believe me, this situation sometimes, to me, feels like that. And I am a combat veteran. I served my time. I support veterans. I support them out of my own pocket. I donate to the veterans considerable amount of money every year out of my own pocket. I don't use the township, and I don't use this as a springboard to further my political gain. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments on the board?
Just want to thank you for your service.
Trustee Joseph.
Thank you. Just wanted to, again, thank every time this issue comes up. For those of you that haven't heard my speech on Treasurer LaFatta, he was actually declared dead in Vietnam. He appeared on a KIA notice because the company he was with took heavy fire, and a number of people that he served with are no longer here. So when he talks about coming in here on Veterans Day last year and feeling like there was some, that it had a political tone to it, I believe the guy. And that was the reason for my comment. And I certainly don't, I was glad to hear Mr. Supervisor talk about moving this into the proper department. And I will tell Treasurer LaFatta that the one thing that you would have noticed that was different about the event last year, being if you just walked into the Mount Clemens office at the County Veterans Affairs, is that the County Veterans Affairs had Laura Rios, who is the Director of County, and she wasn't recognized here, which was a bit of a surprise. So I didn't appreciate seeing the Veterans Day presented by a particular one individual. That individual didn't spend their money, as Treasurer LaFatta said. We've all been involved in a number of things. I took cash out of my pocket, and as did Trustee Anderson. The water fight that I referenced earlier resulted in a few $100s going to a charity of our choosing, and that's kind of how we do it. We don't advertise brought to you by Trustee Joseph and then spend your money. I like the idea of servicing our veterans, and I like the idea of getting that to the appropriate department, and we remove politics from it completely. So I'm looking forward to a bigger, more inclusive veterans event. You have my support, and I like the idea of getting this properly placed in the department that can deliver for our veterans without anything of reciprocity or concerns of votes. So I like it, and thank you.
You got any further comments from the board or from the public? We have a motion by Clerk Berry, support by Supervisor Acciavatti to approve item 7M as submitted. Clerk Berry, please call the roll.
Clerk Berry, aye. Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph. Aye. Trustee Vosberg. Aye. Trustee Demink. Trustee Demink is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFatta.
I assume there won't be any politicians there.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye. I think I was already called, though, at the beginning.
Oh, I beg
There's a
your
second.
pardon.
8-0, the record reflects.
Motion passes. Item 7N, approve a second request by the Clerk's Department to renew and pay invoice INV 2400440 in the amount of $18,483.35 to Ding Diligent, formerly known as iCompass Technologies, for an agenda management annual subscription. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve is stated.
Motion by Clerk Berry. Is there support? Support by Supervisor Acciavatti. Discussion. This is the second time this has been in front of us. Our agenda management, well, Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I think there were just some questions that had to be resolved on this, and I think that we have answered those questions. This is not just an agenda management software, it's a meeting management software, and it manages all of our meetings, as well as the agenda and minutes for a variety of them, and we are in the process of moving the rest of our boards and commissions all under one management program. So it also maintains the webpage that gives residents the access to all of those meetings, and that entire page is maintained by this software. It simply is tapped or patched into the website. Without it, we will find ourselves kind of back into the dark ages, and we will not be able to provide the level of service that we are able to provide now in terms of transparency, as far as having access to the various meetings, minutes, agendas, and so forth. Prior to this software, we would have to do things in Microsoft Word and then place those documents on the website. Sometimes people couldn't access them. They were not ADA compliant. There were a number of issues with it. This software solution solve those things and address those issues. So I appreciate board support on this. I think all of the questions and issues and concerns have been addressed, but if they haven't, I'd be happy to answer them. Thanks.
Any questions from the board? Treasurer LaFata.
Could you explain the interface with Civic Plus?
Yes, so what Civic Plus is the website. They're the ones that facilitate the website. iCompass provides the page on the website that Civic Plus hosts. So they host it, but all of the information is fed through a patch through iCompass. So iCompass works with Civic Plus.
Doing some research because of all the new electronics and everything and the interface between iCompass and Civic Plus and everything, I found out that Civic Plus does everything that iCompass does as far as management of meetings and everything else. Just kind of curious why we've split it into two different pieces, because it might be more cost effective maybe in the future to look at just one entity. But right now, Civic Plus, we have them for our website, but they do everything that iCompass does. And so I got to think that there's some advantage of in the future to look at just having one supplier instead of two.
Clerk Barry.
The bottom line is the answer is no, it does not. It does not have the functionalities that iCompass has. It does not have the interface with regards to minutes and agendas that upload directly from that agenda management system. Civic Plus does not. Their solution, they might have some of the same elements, but it does not allow for the functionality that iCompass does. It does not allow for the level of detail and the level of access to documents. So it does not allow for that. It allows for some very basic surface level type of functionality, but it does not have the depth, not even close, or the various interfaces that iCompass has. So where it may appear to someone who's not trained as a clerk, it might appear that way or is not certified in anything. It may appear that it's all the same, but it is not the same. They're very different. And the level of functionality is again, night and day between the two. Also, just from an accessibility point and an ADA compliance point, it still would mandate, if we were to not have iCompass, we would still have to create a Word document or some other sort of document of that nature and put it on Civic Plus. And again, that has a number of difficulties and a number of limitations that the iCompass solution manages. So where you have the Civic Plus allows for some meeting management, it does not allow for the integrated agenda and minutes management. That's what it does not have.
I'm going to go to Trustee Joseph and then I'll come back to you. Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I won't belabor this. I'm going to vote no on this, not because I'm also not trained as a clerk and have all this technical experience with various interfaces and platforms. I'll just tell you this. When I go to iCompass or I go online to pull up the minutes from a planning commission meeting that I was part of several months ago, and I can't pull it up, And I say, what are you spending $18,000 for? Again, I don't know if it's the craftsman or the tool, but they're wasting township money. And to not have the ability to pull minutes, there are people in this audience who I'm sure went to pull an ordinance regarding cell towers. Our ordinance changed some time ago, and people are walking around with outdated documentation that we were told was going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. When we approved this several years ago, we were supposed to have all of these things at our fingertips and transparency. As of this week, I attempted to include in my packets to you my request to raise the planner's salary by $25 and the cell tower issue. I attempted to go to our township website to include that information in the packet. It was not available. It's not available to me, and I know I'm a little bit ahead of the curve in terms of familiarity with the system as opposed to residents, and so asking them to spend another $18,000 is like putting water in a bucket with a hole in it. So Trustee Demink was on the QBS team with me when we brought in our planner. Rod Arroyo talks about a system. There are a number of them out there. We are not getting the job done by any stretch, and so I think it's time to look at a new system, and if stopping the hemorrhaging of money into the clerk's department for this software does it, I'm in favor of it, so I'll be voting this one down.
Thank you. One quick comment from me. I'm starting to feel more like a normal meeting. Now, the tone that you're going to see moving forward is how these usually go, and you'll see some basic questions back and forth. Kind of frustrating that we work together supposedly to run this township, and there's not a lot of communication on the basic questions before it gets up here. So just to lighten it up a little bit, this is more what I'm used to for these meetings. Clerk Berry.
Thank you. Well, that's exactly my point. You just made the point. The Planning Commission meeting minutes and the way that the Planning Commission is managed currently is not part of iCompass. We are trying to migrate it into it. If it were, you wouldn't have those issues. Also, the ordinance process as well has not been fully integrated as well. So the two examples that were cited they are not they are not integrated in iCompass yet. And that's exactly right. They are ongoing concerns and issues. The Planning Commission meeting minutes are, I agree, that's how we used to have everything. We don't anymore. If we were to integrate the Planning Commission meeting minutes and agendas as we're in the process of doing, you're going to see a night and day difference in terms of accessibility and so forth and functionality. So that's exactly right. Those two exact examples are, in fact, what we will be going back to if we don't do this. And I just don't understand why we would go backward when we have made so much progress forward.
Treasurer Lovato.
It's not so much going backwards. I think we've had iCompass since 2014, and we yet to have the other boards integrated into iCompass. It's not a matter of we don't have the software. It's a matter of somebody having enough initiative to get the job done. I feel every time we buy something, if we don't use it properly and use it to its fullest, we're wasting taxpayer dollars. And there's the Parks and Rec Commission, there's the Planning Commission, there was the Water Advisory Board. All these boards should have been all in iCompass years ago. Not we're going to get around to it. If we ask the township for something and we spend their tax dollars, we owe them to perform. And that's more of the issue than the software package, I think, right now. Thank you.
Any further comments from the board?
Mr. Supervisor, yeah, just to address that, again, demonstrating that we're not quite sure we know what we're talking about. iCompass was not brought in 2014. iCompass was brought in 3 years ago in 2016. It was not 2014. And the integration with the various other boards and commissions, we have been open to that and we have been asking them for quite some time. It is those boards and commissions that you need to take issue with because they are the ones who didn't have the resources, didn't have the time, had other things going on that they could not participate. We have been waiting on them. We are willing to accommodate them and have been willing to accommodate them whenever they are ready. They are telling us that they were not prepared at that time. So it is certainly not any reason or fault on our end why those are not incorporated. In a perfect world, we would have had those incorporated, or at the very inception, so we'd be happy to do that. We're looking forward to doing that.
Thank you. Any further comments? Motion by Clerk Berry, support by Supervisor Acciavatti to approve item 7N as submitted. Clerk Berry, please call the roll.
Clerk Berry, aye. Supervisor Acciavatti?
Aye.
Trustee Anderson?
No.
Trustee Joseph?
No.
Trustee Vosberg?
Aye.
Trustee Demink? Trustee Demink is an aye vote.
Motion passes.
Treasurer Lafata?
No.
Motion passes. Item 7O, approve a request by Treasurer Lafata to consider live streaming regular township board meetings.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Joseph, support by Trustee Anderson. I do believe that this issue is a moot point moving forward with Director Duchesne, but if anyone would like to speak, please move forward. Treasurer Lafata.
This was one of the goals for procuring the new equipment. It's been asked for by residents or way before I was elected into office back in 2013, 2014. We're capable of doing it. Clerk says we need the board's permission to make it happen. Tomorrow, we can start. Tomorrow, you can see the video from today's meeting. So all we need to do is get an approval. We'll start live streaming. When we live stream, all we have to do is call Channel 6, Anchor Bay. They'll pull it down and they can broadcast it. Thank you.
I don't see any issues. I would expect the AVI QBS team, which is consisted of Clerk Berry, yourself, and Trustee Anderson, along with Director Duchesne and a couple other folks, to push the process as quick as possible to ensure that that's seamless. So, it's kind of a Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you. I support the concept of being able to see our meetings. What would live stream be able, where would the residents be able to see this as our meetings are live?
Be on YouTube.
I think you're asking me the question. There's a team, and it's Treasurer Lafata, Clerk Berry, and Trustee Anderson are the three electeds on the team charged with that. So I think that team needs to work out all those details. Maybe one of them can actually answer that for you.
Mr. Chairman, do we know when the live streaming will take place, or is that?
Do I still have the floor?
Oh, sorry.
Sure. Trying to speed up here. We got all these people here.
I understand that, but this is there's nothing worse than only part of the residents being able to see live stream. If it goes to something on a computer, then that's
I feel
at least
like
more people
the
can see.
leader of that team, that selection team, which the three electeds, like I said, Clerk Berry, Trustee Anderson, and Treasurer Lafata, I think
If they have a speaker,
Director Duchesne will be able to enlighten.
Could address that. Thank you.
Director Duchesne, if you would.
On behalf of the team, the process is HDMI connection into the encoder. The encoder then puts the stream up to live YouTube. You see it from YouTube channel that you can use. It's also then be able to be replayed, copy of which then is put into the iCompass system so they can be later on, you can paginate it and put it in place so it'll be useful as a reference tool in the future. So it's just getting the HDMI connection in the encoder. Abel's working on that. The encoder is available to do it. It's just a matter of having the technician make the coupling and make it happen.
Satisfied, Trustee Vosberg's done?
Any further comments?
Yeah, is that next meeting? Just quickly, can we get this live streaming for the next township board meeting?
Yeah, that's the target we're going to shoot for, to get it for the next one. It's a matter of connecting the cable between Able Electronics, High Tech, and getting it up. As was said, we turned it around last meeting for replay by the next midday, so we see it being possible.
Thank you.
Mr. Supervisor.
Trustee Anderson.
Yeah, I know this Anchor Bay crowd here, so you watch Channel 6, and if you see the township meeting as recently a couple of days ago, we're still wishing everyone a happy Thanksgiving. So I do want to thank Treasurer Lafata after our last meeting 2 weeks ago, whatever magic he did. The next day, you can go to the website and see the meeting from January on the website. So this live streaming will be hopefully instantaneous as to while we're up here having our brotherhood and love in here. Thank you.
Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. My hope is that we've had a considerable number of challenges with the AV upgrade and integration, and it's been very frustrating, and a number of board members have mentioned how frustrating it's been and made all kinds of incendiary comments about, all this, money we've spent, and yet we're still not getting the level of service in terms of out of the product that we expected. I had mentioned and foresaw some of these problems coming based on my experience, and voted no because I knew that these problems were going to occur, and they have. So I would say that the caveat is this. We'll certainly live stream, providing that the technical capabilities are in place and that they're properly managed. We don't have any part of that so much anymore, even though our board rules say that we're responsible to do that. We will certainly do everything within our power and within our skill set to be able to do that. But we are not broadcasters, we're clerks. So we'd certainly be happy to do that, but I would say that the live streaming capability, we will absolutely facilitate to the best of our ability, although we may need some assistance if we are being charged with that from our vendors and from our other support staff. So, but short of that, we'll do everything that we can to facilitate the live streaming. I've always been an advocate for it myself. I always thought that the public should have access to their government in real time, so long as the technology was available. Just because you can't get here doesn't mean you shouldn't have access to the process and access to see your government work. So I'm fully on board with the concept. My only concern, again, is the technical capabilities and having access to the resources to, in fact, make that happen. So, thank you.
Any further comments on the board? I'm going to make a motion to call the question. I don't think we need to continue any further with this family quarrel. We're all on the same page to live stream the videos as quick as possible, and the team will do it. Motion by Supervisor Acciavatti, supported by Trustee Joseph, to call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by saying nay. Clerk Berry, please call the roll on the approval by Treasurer Lafata to live stream regular board meetings as stated.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg. Aye. Trustee DeMink. Trustee DeMink is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFatta.
Aye.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 7P. Hope there's someone here from Roselawn. They've been waiting around a long time. Approve a request by the assessor to adopt Resolution 2020-04 and Resolution 2020-05 and set the date for a public hearing for March 31st, 2020 at 7 p.m. for the purpose of hearing any objections to the petition, the installation of said proposed improvements, and the creation of a special assessment district, therefore, for the proposed establishment of a special assessment district for the installation of road and paving improvement projects on Roselawn.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Joseph.
Support.
Support by Clerk Berry. Discussion. Comments from the public. The first of many steps down the special assessment district road to repave Roselawn. Seeing no comments on the board or the public, motion by Clerk Berry, support by Trustee Joseph to approve item 7P as submitted. Clerk Berry, please call the roll.
There would be motion by Trustee Joseph, support by Clerk Berry.
Okay.
Just for verifying.
Motion by
Very good. Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee DeMink. Trustee DeMink is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFatta.
Aye.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
aye. There are no addendum. We're going to move on to item number 11, which is closed session. We have two items in closed session. 11A, to consult with legal counsel regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with Macomb County Circuit Court case number 2020-325-AV, Chesterfield Township versus Ralph Daly, pursuant to Section 8E of the Open Meetings Act, and 11 item B, to discuss the Township Attorney's February 3rd, 2020 written legal opinion that is subject to the attorney-client privilege. Closed session is authorized by Section 8H of the Open Meetings Act. Do I have a motion to enter closed session?
Motion to enter closed session.
Motion by Trustee Joseph.
Second.
Support by Clerk Berry to enter closed session. Clerk Berry, please call the roll.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg. Aye. Trustee DeMink. Trustee DeMink is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFatta.
Aye.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye. Just for the public's information, the board is going to vacate the room to go into closed session, so you can all stay right here, and we'll be back as soon as we're done with closed session. We are in closed session at 7:38 p.m.
9:38.
Do I have a motion to re-enter open session? So moved. Motion by trustee Joseph. Support. Support by trustee Anderson to re-enter open session. Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson. Trustee Vosburgh. Aye. Trustee Demink. Trustee Demink is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFatta. Aye. Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
We are back in open session at 10:07 p.m.
Mr. Supervisor, out of closed session, I would like to make a motion regarding agenda item 9A. That is to consult the issue involving the consultation with the Township versus Ralph Daly case. I'd like to make a motion to approve the authorization of the Township Attorney to defend the appeal in Circuit Court.
Support.
Motion by trustee Joseph, support by trustee Vosburgh. Discussion. Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosburgh. Aye. Trustee Anderson. Trustee Demink. Trustee Demink is an aye vote. Treasurer LaFatta.
Aye.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
The township attorney is authorized.
Mr. Supervisor, as it relates to agenda item 10A, I would like to make a motion to approve a request to rescind the ground lease agreement between the Charter Township of Chesterfield and PI Tower Development LLC at the DPW pump station site on Jefferson, which was approved by this board on 7/23/19.
Motion by trustee Joseph. Is there support?
Support.
Support by treasurer LaFatta. Discussion, and then we're going to bring it up to the public.
Mr. Supervisor, as the maker of this motion, I'd like to inform the board and the residents as to why the request was made and why the agenda item was put forward. The concern that I have is not to point fingers. We all heard on July 23rd, 2019, what we thought were the good reasons for approving a cell tower at that site. We heard, and as Clerk Berry reminded me, we heard from previous fire chiefs about this conceptual idea many years ago. This was not a sort of a whimsical, fabricated plan that just came out of nowhere. It's sort of been contemplated for many years. The approval, and I can only speak to my vote, but the approval for that on July 23rd was done because we heard that, one, we had an opportunity to increase cell coverage in that area. We also heard about the opportunity for revenue from a leasing agent as a result of that tower. And at the time, we were told that we had the capability of attaching.
Podium.
Thank you. Good. We also heard that there was an opportunity for our first responders to attach some of the emergency broadcasting type equipment on that tower, and given its proximity to township vital resources, we thought that also was a good idea. The area that I think, made a mistake that is fixable is that the board rules as outlined in our approved board rules, the APO concerning our board rules, require that before we engage in the lease or sale of township property, we engage the owners of the property. That is the public. They're entitled to a public hearing, and I am well aware that a public hearing is also a part of the Planning Commission deliberative process, but the difference in the Planning Commission public hearing and a public hearing to talk about the benefit of lease or sale of township property are two different public hearings, in my opinion. There are certain things that can be considered by the Planning Commission for the denial of a special land use in the tower, and those are really grounded in law that would entangle the township potentially getting it wrong in a very ugly legal matter. But what to do with property that is owned by the residents, it is their property, is a different public hearing, and our board rules require that we make that step. We botched it. I was 1/7 of that mistake, and I apologize. We should have had the public hearing to hear your opinion on the sale, the lease, the revenue enhancements, the outages, your quality of life. All of those things should have been afforded you back in July. And we approved it and waited for the planning public hearing portion to take place. And then lo and behold, people started contacting members of this board, and at least from me, I realized the gravity of my mistake. And the mistake is that it's an honest mistake, and we did enter into a contract. My opinion, and based on the consultation with the township attorney, is that we have very mitigating reasons for rescinding that contract, and I'm sure many of you will hopefully come to the podium and enlighten the board on why you think it's a bad idea as well. But I think it diminishes the quality of life in that area. I think there are other sites that should be considered. I don't think this matter should go to the Planning Commission because we have enough information now to know that this is not in the best interest of the people we serve. So if there are damages associated with a lawsuit, I think we will rely on our attorney to go forward and make our case as to why we believe that the tower should not be there. In my opinion, there are no damages from the other party, with the exception of possibly some fees associated with engineering and laying out but there's been no construction on the tower. We're not asking anybody to remove substantial components from the property. There's no real costs associated so far, and what could be very, very damaging is the quality of life for the people that we are here to represent. So I would ask for your full support in rescinding this contract and redetermining what to do at a later date with that property after we followed our board rules, and look out for the residents that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further board comment before the first person I'm going to ask for before we go too much further is if there's any representative here from the petitioner. Why don't we hear from those gentlemen first? No, why don't we do this first, and then I'll bring it back up, and then we'll go to the board. At some point, we're going to need to take a little break to make a motion to extend this meeting past 10:30, but I'll deal with that in about 15 minutes. Okay, I think so too. We might as well do that right now. I'll entertain a motion pursuant to our board rules to which we have to get majority approval to extend this meeting past 10:30 for action items. Support. Motion by Trustee Anderson, support by Supervisor Acciavatti to suspend this meeting past 10:30. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by saying nay. You may proceed, sir. Can you state your name for the record? I can turn you on. You're on. You are on.
Good evening. My name is Rob LaBelle. I'm the attorney who represents PI Tower Development. With me tonight as well is Fred Lau, who is the site acquisition specialist who's been working for the last 3 years with the township for the purpose of being able to bring this lease into fruition. The one thing I want to note here is that while your procedures that you were talked about, that Trustee Joseph just talked about, were described in your administrative orders, they are in fact administrative orders. They are not in fact an ordinance. The result of which is that you can, as a board, decide to waive them. So this is not a moot exercise for the purpose of dealing with this. I'd also like to take exception with the fact that we've incurred no costs with regard to this. We've incurred a massive amount of costs during the 3-year period. Had we known that the township was going to bail on us at the 11.5 hour, and as part of this, we would have started talking about somebody else and not wasted 3 years. From the standpoint of this property, as I said, this lease is the culmination of a 3-year project with the township. If you note, your ordinance actually focuses us in on township property. It requires us to consider that as a priority, the top priority, and go to township property first from that standpoint. And in working with the Planning Commission or the Planning Department, and for purposes of locating this and the Fire Department, this was the site the township itself pushed us to. when this was actually approved by the township, it wasn't not only approved unanimously, but enthusiastically approved unanimously by this board. If you go back to the transcript of this, you can get on YouTube, you can see what I'm talking about. From the standpoint of what we're trying to do here, I would like to talk about a few things which I know are going to be brought up, so I'm going to just talk about them now. That's the concerns about the tower itself. To begin with, there's going to be a number of persons talking about the health conditions. And let me talk about this a little bit in this respect. Tonight, we're talking about the lease. Everything that would be brought up with regard to everything else that's being done, the health effects, the fact that it could be someplace else, the aesthetics, those are all planning commission members. You're not going to be foreclosed from the opportunity of talking about those things. Those things are all part of the planning commission. The lease...
You should address the board just like everyone else. I know, it's just our rules, unless we suspend them here.
I understand, that's fine. But the lease is subject to the zoning approval. Your attorney made sure of that it was clear that just because you're entering the lease with them, you don't have to give us an approval at the zoning approval levels. So the planning commission will consider all of this. It's not going to be not considered. The suggestion that you can't enter into this lease because you have an opportunity, you didn't give the public an opportunity to talk about it, is not true. You will have the public having an opportunity to talk about it at the planning commission when we go for the zoning approvals in that circumstance. They'll have the opportunity, and the planning commission, your board elected or appointed for the purpose of discussing that kind of thing, is available to make the decision, again, after input from the public. So you're like remaining with the town, with the lease in place, you are not foreclosing the public from having an opportunity to have their voice heard. So there's not a situation here where you're made a mistake by virtue of doing it. It's, in fact, you have a position, you have an ordinance that's designed to get public comment for this before it goes into effect. So you're not in that situation. Now let me talk a couple of things. Having said all of that, let me talk about a couple of the concerns that will be brought up. The health effects matter that's brought up, I will quote from the Federal Telecommunications Act, which is an act which supersedes local municipal authority, zoning authority. Any decision by a state or local government or instrumentality to deny a request to place, construct, or modify personal wireless service facilities shall not be made on the basis of the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions to the extent such facilities comply with the FCC's regulations concerning such emissions. In this circumstance, we comply by a level of about 100 below it in terms of what the maximum requirements are. And by the way, that probably doesn't help anybody. So as a result, I'm going to suggest you go to the American Cancer Society website. Someone who has no skin in this game and who has only one purpose in life, to be able to deal with the cancer threat. They say unequivocally that towers have no demonstrated link to cancer. And they describe it in much detail. So a lot of people have talked about the fact that it emits radiation. Radiation is simply the emission from a point source. If I take a pebble and I throw it into a lake, the little ripples that come out are radiation. The only thing that's important from a radiation standpoint, from a health standard, is ionizing radiation, the kind that damages human tissue. The towers emit radio waves. It's the same thing that comes out of your car radio, your radio you have in your hand, your wireless router, your cell phone you have in your hand, except that it's thousands of times higher emission strength at the point source than a tower would be at the ground. The result of which is that it is, as radio frequency emissions go, and again, go to the American Cancer Society, don't take my word for it, it will describe it as non-ionizing radiation. It's radio waves. It's stuff that's been around since Marconi invented the radio. And there has not been a demonstrated effect of any kind of health effect from that standpoint. Visibility. This is located on the pump station and fire department properties, which are places that frequently have towers. In fact, your fire department already has a tower there. It's a small one, it's an inadequate one, but it is there. All we're doing is putting another one, or replacing it, with another one that would be larger, admittedly, but will be a monopole, which essentially is a telephone pole, just a little thicker at the bottom. It is designed to have a low profile. In addition, it's also painted gray, because unfortunately we live in Michigan and the sky is gray most of the time. So as a result, it actually blends better. We actually started this process by painting them blue, but that was a bad idea. So we started painting them gray. It's a non-corrosive, non-rusting metal that's used for that purpose, stainless. The cell tower is basically today what the telephone pole was back when telephones first came into existence. It's infrastructure. Back in the day when telephones were available and just began to come, the same objections to putting up a bunch of ugly telephone poles came up as is today with cell towers. Today, cell towers cell phones constitute the majority of persons having a phone. In other words, more people have a cell phone only than have a landline. It is now the primary means of telephone communication in America. The infrastructure, just like back in the early days of telephones, is the cell tower. A cell tower is designed to be one entity, one structure, for the purpose of being able to do what dozens of telephone poles had to do as a replacement. From our standpoint and what we're trying to do, it's similar to what the Federal Telecommunications Act is trying to do, trying to put together something which as infrastructure will become part of the urban-suburban landscape. I've been working for various tower companies and the carriers for approximately 12 years now. Prior to my working with them, I took about the same route to work as I do now. Apparently during that time period, I passed 23 towers and had no idea until after I started working for them and started looking for them. I could find them. Obviously, they can be seen. The question is whether they blend into the environment as part of what's going on as the infrastructure of an urban-suburban landscape. And they do. You're not going to believe me, but that's in fact the case. From the standpoint of what we're trying to do, we're trying to deal with a gap in coverage. You have in your packets, you may not have in your packets, the Planning Commission has in its packets, propagation maps, which show that there is a major gap in service within this area. This may be the worst in all of Michigan. In terms of, I won't be talking when you, I won't be talking when you talk. Please give me courtesy.
Hold on 1 second. I will not let him boo you. So please, let's do the best we can to be professional. And I will do the same if somebody boos and heckles you when you're up there. So let's do the best we can on that. Go. Not right now. It is. No, he does not. I just, speaking with my attorney, Mr. Siebert, can you comment on the...
He is the applicant, and ultimately, at the end of the day, if the board takes action to rescind the lease, this is going to be the party on the other end of the lawsuit. I think under the circumstances, giving the individual more than the 5 minutes is appropriate, and I think it would assist our position if we end up having to go to circuit court over this. I think the judge would look less favorably on us if we're going to give him as if he were a member of the public speaking. Obviously, they have 3 years of work into this, and I think it's appropriate that he be permitted to address some of the comments.
Thank you. Okay, so the last opportunity here is the fact that we're talking about a coverage gap in this area. The reason why I stated as being the worst is because usually what we have is one carrier leading the way for the purpose of trying to get a tower up. In this case, this is a single tower company who did so at the instigation of one individual company, T-Mobile, in that case to be able to do that. But as soon as that was placed on, as soon as the lease was signed, and we put on their website the fact that it was available for co-location, every single one of the carriers contacted us, immediately. Within a week, we had them all. Several of them have already signed contracts with us for purposes of putting them onto the site and going on to this location. This is an area which unusually has a coverage gap that is found across every carrier. And while some people may get coverage out of this, especially near the water, because the signal will actually bounce off the water as a result, in the areas in general, it's a coverage gap. And the reason why it's in a residential area, in terms of where we're going, is because that's where the demand is now. We took all the areas where it was the freeways or the industrial zones or something like that, or the commercial zones. At this moment, because the cell phone is now the primary means of telephone communication, people don't have landlines, they're now demanding that service from their homes as well. from the standpoint of what we're trying to accomplish, the only question here is not the question of whether a cell tower is needed here, or in fact whether it's going in here. It's the question of who's going to get the revenue. From the standpoint of the Federal Telecommunications Act, I'll read from another section, the regulation of the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities by any state or local government or instrumentality thereof shall not prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the provision of personal wireless services. Your attorney can confirm this, but the case law is very clear that if there is an effective, if there is a gap, and we are prohibited from trying to close that gap from an area, that's an effective prohibition. So there will be a tower here in this area, somewhere approximately within this area. Again, the only question is where the revenue goes. Will the revenue go to a private landowner who will pocket all those profits, or will it go to the township for the benefit of all the residents, including the ones who are not here today who have difficult service issues? So from the standpoint of trying to get it completed, we're asking that you keep the lease in place, that you waive the requirements with regard to the prior notice, with regard to your own rules, and leave it to the Planning Commission, who is the appropriate body for this, to discuss the question of whether or not a tower should go in this location or somewhere else, or whether it should go, to the township on the township's property. Again, your ordinance encouraging us to place it in that location. Again, we urge you to keep the lease in place and let the Planning Commission decide the issue like it's supposed to.
Thank you, sir. I will now open it up to the, I'm going to bring it back up to the board, because I think Treasurer LaFata did want to speak, and some other board members, and then I'll open it up to the public. We can go online. Treasurer LaFata.
Are you taking?
I am, but I'm going to come back up here for, if anyone does wish to speak. If not, we'll go to the board and then bring it back up. Seeing anybody?
Yeah, Mr. Supervisor, just unless Treasurer Lafayette has something.
Whether there's a cell tower or whether there's revenue, I think it's more in tune of what the residents want. That they're the ones that own and tell and direct elected officials of what they want. So revenue to me is immaterial. If they don't want a tower, doesn't mean anything. Their health and safety, which you say isn't being infringed upon, is. Thank you.
Any further comments before I bring it to the public? There will be an opportunity to come back up here.
Sorry, Mr. Supervisor. I just wanted to comment. I know we're in a unique situation with public comments tonight, and if I could, there are a number of issues Mr. LaBelle raised which I think are better handled by the township attorney. But the issue that I wanted to be clear on in terms of the assertion that the foreclosing on the public hearing has not been made, the argument that we do that at the Planning Commission and therefore we satisfy the public hearing portion is not quite the same, in my opinion. And I break it out, and I've heard from other board members on this issue as well. There are Planning Commission members who are not elected to represent the residents of the township. They are appointed. They are appointed members, and they are only able to evaluate Planning Commission issues. So you know very well, you cited them. We will not be able, it would be inappropriate to utilize any health effects in the determination of our decision. So issues involving radio waves and cancer clusters and all those types of things, which people are concerned about, are not considered by the Planning Commission or this board. But they are considered in other places, and in other places that make it relevant for a public hearing to take place before it goes to the Planning Commission, and that could be a simple matter of property values. So whether or not it's going to cause me cancer, I can tell you, and I'm sure you would agree, you don't want to live in a house with the backyard of a cell tower. If you could, you do. You see my point. I think the average person would say, I prefer not to live under a cell tower. And so the question becomes, what is the property value worth? And if people believe and they vote with their feet in that they move to another neighborhood, then you have a legitimate argument that comes forward in a public hearing on land owned by the public. See, this is not a privately owned And so Treasurer LaFata's point about the revenue, we have a lot of property rights people here on this board. And so if this were a private property, then that person enters into a contract with you, and they believe it is in their best interest as the landowner. They have a right to enter into that contract. But these people did it by proxy, in essence. They voted for us to represent them. We set out some certain rules that said whenever we consider leasing or selling your property, we will conduct a public hearing and hear from you. We will hear on everything that you want to talk about because it is your property. And then we will make a decision about whether or not we should enter into a contract. And simply put, it didn't happen in this case. And I realize that there's another potential bite at the apple at a public hearing and a planning commission meeting, but it's not the same public hearing. They get to decide what to do with their land. They're the property owners, and we didn't include them as we should have. And I realize that that is not part of the legal opinion because our attorney doesn't evaluate, as you said, it's not an encumbering issue as it would be if it were an ordinance, but it is still very important. And so in terms of damages, I really did not mean to be disrespectful when I said that you hadn't incurred any damages. I'm going to limit my comments on what they may be because if you choose to go litigation, you'll make that argument and our attorney will defend it. But I was only pointing out that we're at least at the point where the tower has not been constructed, which is significant in any determination of damages. So I would again, defer to our attorney to make the best possible position should this company that you represent decide to sue the township. I realize that may be a possibility. I would simply say to you that I think, based on some conversations and some review and talking with our planning department, there are areas in the township that can satisfy everybody's needs. So the coverage gaps that you speak of and the concerns about providing proper coverage in a cell phone world, I think are legitimate, and they can be satisfied in a cooperative relationship with you and the firm you represent. Obviously, a lawsuit makes that much more difficult, but in this case, I think you would be well, and I would hope that you would consider and understand the position if the board approves a rescinding of the contract, to immediately partner with us and investigate other more appropriate areas in the township that won't cause such a hardship and the quality of life changes that I'm sure you're going to hear from tonight. I don't believe that what we've engaged in is an effective prohibition. I think what we're trying to do is right the ship. This board got it wrong in July, in my opinion. I don't know that any member of this board, for Open Meetings Act, I can't pull everybody, but I don't think anybody went forward and said, I know we have an obligation to a public hearing, but screw them, we're going to go forward anyway. I think it was an oversight. I think it was an honest mistake. And now that we've heard from our residents, I think we have an obligation to pick it up. Again, I think you could probably go to the podium and say it wasn't a mistake because there's a public hearing at planning, but it's not the same public hearing. And it's not heard by the same people that they went to the polls and voted for and put on this board. The argument is made to a planning commission that is appointed, and it's not the same thing. And I think fundamentally, if we're going to make a decision about what to do with their land, we should hear from them. And that is the attempt that I'm trying to make here. And whatever legal recourse you and your client have, I respect that. And then I will defer wisely to the people that represent us. And I think we will make our case in court if that's where we need to go. But I think that's the appropriate resolution here. I think it's what we are obligated to do in good faith, and I make that decision based on that. So I think first and foremost, we correct this mistake and then look to partner with you and your people and try to find an alternate location that may work to satisfy everybody. But if that can't be reached, then we have to make a decision that is in the best interest of the people we swore an oath to represent. That's what I'll do tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move it up to the public. We do have to be careful. We have a confidential letter in front of us. In that confidential letter, we got to be careful not to share too many things in that letter. However, I'm very concerned that a breach is something that needs to be taken seriously, and there's no question that this would be a breach. to set us up in the best position to negotiate for potentially a different location. And it might set us up to actually have a worse outcome than what the process would allow. And that is Planning Commission to do its job. And they've got a long way to go. That's the mechanism where it belongs. So I'm going to bring it up to the public. State your name for the record for the clerk's office, so she can Yeah, I'm Tom Houck, I live on Harbor Drive, Chesterfield Township. Take a big or hang with me here. I'm going to try to do this in one breath. First of all, we want to thank the Board and Planning Commission for their effort to generate some revenue for the township. Not only will we be in full support of efforts like this, we understand a lot of work has gone into this. But this action disproportionately impacts some residents, and that impact is not justified by any public need. It is the job of the government to protect the citizens and their property. Everything you do is based on that premise. Your job is not to develop shopping centers or roundabouts or radio towers. Your job is to provide for the health and safety of these people and their property. Police and fire, water and sewer, roads and parks are all managed so that our safety and our property are protected. Any new services and businesses should all add to the value of living in our community. I moved here 3 years ago. I lived in so many places before living here, but I'm very happy living here because this is one of the few places I've lived where there's a real sense of community, where our neighbors are more than the people next door. In Chesterfield, more than anywhere else, I get the sense that we're in it together. Rich or poor, young or old, regardless of race, creed, or background, the people of Chesterfield have each other's back. We're a community and we look out for each other. One of the things that I think frustrates many of the people here is that they don't feel this process has been fair. Many of them have told me that. I've heard stories of how they wanted to put up a fence or add a shed or a deck. They told me how difficult the process was, how they were questioned and doubted, how they were forced to change their plans because the zoning doesn't allow it. You can't have it that high. It can't be so close. You have to have 4 inches more to that concrete pad, etc. and so on. You beat them about the head with the rules and the ordinances like the ordinances are the unchangeable word of God. Then they see this process, and they wonder, who do you work for? This Australian tower company comes in here and asks to put a tower on property that isn't zoned for it, property that sits in the middle of a neighborhood, a few lots from a daycare playground, in the middle of a place that these people have lived for much of their lives. And from the looks of things, you told these people, sure, no problem. And then you quietly changed Chapter 76, Section 530, part of this community's rules that specifically prohibit the placement of the tower on that lot, and you did it after you signed the contract. I don't know what you call around here, but where I come from, when you change the rules after the game starts, we call it cheating. Now, your neighbors see how you change the rules for an outsider versus how you tend to overload your own citizens, and they feel slighted. They feel unimportant. They wonder who you work for. Each time we slight our neighbors, we kill a small part of the community that holds us together. I, for one, would like better cell service, but not if my neighbors are worried about their homes. Think about it, their homes. Would you like to worry about your home all the time? Would you like to worry, is it safe? Will anybody want to buy it? Yes, I would like better cell service, but I don't want that monstrosity in my backyard, so there's no way I'm going to force it into their backyard. You wouldn't do that to your neighbor, would you? I haven't heard a strong argument in favor of this tower. I haven't heard or read anything that shows a public necessity. This tower is not a necessity. This process appears to have violated other rules, such as APO 9.1D, Section 76, Article 4, or Section 76-480, Article 1, and Section 76-530, Article A, and Section 748C of the 1996 Telecommunication Act, which expressly allows for the prohibited use in certain zoning districts. In addition, we have discovered that the special use hearing notices were removed from the mailboxes by the postal carriers since they weren't sent via the U.S. Postal Service. We can't expect a community to stay strong when some of us, not out of necessity but out of convenience, treat our neighbors unfair. The revenue would be nice, but at what price? The loss of tax revenue is one thing, but the loss of community, of having each other's back, what's the value of that? Sure, you can have your shopping centers and your roundabouts, and you can even have more cell towers, but if it comes at the price of losing a bit of your community, then you've traded a place to call home for just a place where your house is, a place where people have your back for just a place where there are people. I, for one, want to build community, not destroy it. Chapter 76, Section 530 was meant to protect the people from having the structure in their backyard. Keeping radiating towers out of people's backyards was at one time thought to be a good thing.
thing. I don't see how that's changed. We've heard the board tell us there's nothing they can do. It's in the hands of the Planning Commission. But this contract was not in compliance when it was signed. You changed the wording of Chapter 76 after the contract was signed, and you changed it so the tower could be allowed. You changed it without regard for the people's property or their peace of mind. Don't sit here and tell us there's nothing that can be done. You changed the wording, and you can damn well change it back. You have many ways to stop this tower. The question is, do you have the will? You've heard your neighbors' fears and concerns. These people don't have lawyers or entertainment budgets. They don't have business teams, accountants, or secretaries. All they have is themselves, their neighbors, and you. It is the job of the government to protect their citizens and their property. Please do your job. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe we'll just start a line over there, and that way I don't have to call you up. Whoever wants to come up next, just come up to the podium.
I think we're lining up at the table.
Yeah. Maybe move the sign-up sheet down to the table, and then we'll expedite the...
Only sign in once, right?
Yes.
Okay. Daniel Hanscroy, Fuller Road. First of all, I know, according to this paperwork, this is open comments, so I did want to make a comment about an issue that was brought up earlier with the regards to the iCompass Technologies, and I'm a telecommunications worker, been for 20 years, and I'm wondering why, I'm asking the board this, why you can't consider the live video streaming or video playback to be incorporated with this iCompass technology of the website. Knowing things that can be done, I don't see why that can't be incorporated very easily. And I don't really understand why, after 3 years, the entire webpage.
I got to keep you on this agenda item.
It says open comments.
No, that's at the end. We're going to have a whole other shot at this once we get done with...
That's at the end?
We're at 12A.
I thought we switched everything around.
No, we're on item 12A to talk about the rescind the lease.
Okay, well, I was just going to say it shouldn't take 3 years to get a webpage going. Sorry. Okay. I mean, we're smarter than that. All right, let's talk about these towers then. All right. First of all, I know this gentleman has given us a lot of spoof about the radiation and using old terms like the telephones. Okay, come on. They're like 24 volts passing over copper lines. It's not radiation really to worry about. But our 3G and 4G phones, which I'm sure that's what is preliminarily discussed as being installed, okay, we're talking about, to put it in perspective, the 2.4 gigahertz that these towers are putting off for each one unit that's up there, okay, is emitting this, is about the equivalent to a microwave oven. Okay, the microwave oven puts out 2.4 gigahertz. These towers are going to put that out. But don't be naive. Okay, these towers are just the beginning. This tower will not be 4G for very long.
Be careful, address us.
It's going to be, I'm sorry, it will be changed to 5G. That is their ultimate goal, okay? And if it doesn't take you very long to go on YouTube, to go on various forums and see the dangers of the 5G network. So by allowing this tower there, we're allowing this 5G network to come into our neighborhoods. I personally am totally against the 5G networks. This tower is just the beginning of that. Just to put the numbers in perspective, the 2.4 gigahertz that these 4G devices put out is nothing. These 5G towers are going to put out 24 gigahertz to 90 gigahertz, okay? Now, they tell you don't stand in front of a microwave. That's 2.4 gigahertz. They say stand a few feet away from it. Never stand in front of the microwave door. And the door is built with protectors to block those radio frequencies. Now we're talking about putting this way up in the air with a 90 gigahertz radio frequency. These are the radio frequencies that the military uses, okay, to disrupt crowds, okay, to use in interrogations of the enemy to break their mental capacity down. This type of radio frequency is going to disrupt the DNA of our reproductive organs. The female cell growing in I'm not going to get all technical with that, but the DNA is going to break down, okay? And they say, well, how can you prove that? I can't. But I will tell you this. In 20 years, when our children and let's say our grandchildren are affected by this 5G radio waves every day, and then they have children that are missing arms or have these debilitating diseases, we're going to say, why is our society having all these issues now? Well, we're going to know why. And I'm sure, I just wanted to bring this up. The father of the atomic bomb, Robert Oppenheimer, thought he was doing something good for mankind when he invented the atomic bomb. They think the same way with this 5G network, that they're doing something great for mankind. They're not. And I know that you are just voting on property, and you're just voting, but let's really think about the future and the future of our families, the future of our neighborhoods, and not have this tower put up. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. You hit it right on 5 minutes.
Thank you for allowing me to speak again. Mark Fortin, Mallard Drive, Chesterfield. Here we are at 10 to 11. I don't know why I'm here, because had I known they were going to paint it gray with materials that don't rust, what's not to like? And the cost, the insinuation was made by the attorney that this huge cost that they've incurred. I go by that site every day. You can tell, you just look at it and you can tell a ton of money has been spent on that building already. And the gentleman that just spoke, talking about how much they put out and everything else, and he's correct that it will be used for 5G. It's correct that 5G uses a lot, or radiates a lot more. But as someone else mentioned, there's that little school 2 doors down, or just across the street, I think. And if it's not good, what's it going to be 5G in that area? There are areas that we can put this thing that will fill the gaps. The whole idea is the gaps, okay? People do have a little bit weaker signal. I don't have an issue, although I notice that on my phone it's just like part of a bar, but it works all the time, even in my basement. I have neighbors where they have difficulty. So there is a gap. But we have a big township here, and there's a lot of areas where it's not right on top of a house, okay? It'll affect us all eventually as they have more and more towers and they do this 5G thing. We're not going to be able to escape that. It's too big. It's like the smart meters. People try to fight them. And by the way, they do put out a ton. I bought the meters because I wanted to know. But anyway, that's another issue. But the fact is that we should make every effort to put these towers where we have the most area, before you have homes. We have a lot of acreage here. We have that shopping down there on Cotton Road, the great big new shopping, all them roofs of all them buildings. There's all kinds of places, but obviously it's a little bit cheaper for this company to make a deal with the township than it is to make a deal with J.C. Penney or somebody. Of course, J.C. Penney's in trouble. You might get a good deal over there, pal. But anyway, this has got to go. And something else I really appreciate you, sir, for saying how it was a mistake. We all make mistakes. I don't care who we are, Democrat, Republican, just normal people, whatever. We all make mistakes. But it's not very often that you have an elected official that admits that he made a mistake and tries to rectify it. And I really commend you for that, because most people would say, well, it's just unintended consequences. I've been kind of involved in politics since the 80s, and I've heard that 100 billion times, unintended consequences, because we didn't research things enough. But you, sir, I commend you for trying to make an attempt to change this and make it right. But I just beg you to vote this thing down. They didn't spend hardly any money. They just want a cheap site, make it easy. We can fill the gaps somewhere else. We know we can do that. And make a deal, okay? Maybe we'll call the White House and make a deal. But anyway, I know we can make a deal to get a better site that's better for everybody, because we have to deal with this. This is not going to be the end of this stuff. There's going to be more towers, but we got to really work on protecting the community wherever these towers go. And I would really hope that you guys are unanimously, just like you did for all these financial things, requests for money, unanimously vote this thing down and tell these people, and if they want to take it to court, don't deal with them. Believe me, those tower companies would love to build towers in Chesterfield Township and work with you on safer places. Thank you for allowing me to speak again.
My name is Larry Rass. I live on Harbor Drive. I had just retired as the president of Harbor Drive Homeowners Association. A group has a new president. He couldn't make it tonight, so I'm pinch hitting. There's 88 property owners on Harbor Drive. We pay a ton of taxes as we live on the waterfront. What bothers me, I mean, I'm not going to bore everybody by going over and a rehash of towers and sickness and things, but what bothers me, I spent my career in building. I had worked for Pulte Home Corporation as in senior management. The zoning requirements of any township is the core of building value in a community. And somewhere along the line, something happened here, which I don't understand, because as a builder, or as even a small-time guy who wants to remodel, like somebody said, you go through hell getting a permit. You go through hell getting variances. Everybody's involved. But when you zone, you put value in your community. These are single families. These are multifamilies. These are commercial, right? You know, this is how you do it to build value. You got the town, the Macomb executive, Hackle. This is the gateway to Anchor Bay. And now you're violating zoning by somehow, some way, that property and the fire station was a residential property. Maybe you didn't know that. I expect, you know, people make mistakes. And I really do appreciate your service, because to sit here in these kind of meetings at 11 o'clock almost at night, you're not getting paid overtime. Most of your time is you know, kind of valued in really just, giving your time to the public. But how could you not represent yourself to understand the sanctity of zoning? Zoning is how you build a community, how you build values. And that really bothers me. And I don't expect an answer. You already said you aren't going to answer that question. But there was a lot of problems and a lot of mistakes. And maybe it was a matter of money that, hey, look, this is a great way to reduce some of our revenue problems. Well, look, put it by the new VA hospital has plenty of land. Those people can use the money. You know, you guys can always raise taxes. They need more money. The veterans need more support. But I'm not here to really comment on that. I'm really just concerned about how you guys went through your drill. And the city attorney, especially, how could you allow that? To write a new ordinance? I have the old ordinance. Well, that was in effect when the submission was made to the township. You guys didn't like it because you found out, oh, right, gosh, it says in the original one, no towers in residential areas. And now, you quickly, and under the covers of darkness, and especially in the middle of summer, whenever all this thing was going down, you know, how do you got all these people here? There's probably nobody here when you talked about it initially, but you changed the zoning. That, to me, is a mortal sin. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Martin Forbes. I live on Forbes Street. But anyway, I ain't here to drill you guys. You're getting drilled enough. I do have to congratulate Joseph up there. I mean, I don't come to many of these things. I don't talk in public, but I happen to own the house that looks right at the fire department. It's not bad enough that you guys dumped container boxes in the parking lot now that I have to look at, and that the city came down and yelled and screamed at me when I put railings on my house. But I mean, I got to look at this every day. When we moved into Chesterfield, I've been wanting to move out here for 19 years, and I finally did it. I'm getting old enough, we're going to retire. Now I don't want to be here no more. So, I mean, like you said, you made a mistake. I don't care about your mistake. I don't care about none of it. I just know my house is going to take a dump as soon as you put this cell tower in. Because when you sit on my porch and you look at that fire department and you're looking at that cell tower, you can't tell me you'd want to look at it from your porch. So I hope you guys can come to a conclusion that none of us want this. I got good cell phone coverage. Mine works great. I don't know why you're saying that we have to have this to do this. Like everybody said, put it here. You've got big open land. Why you got to put it on a corner where everybody lives, where we're all happy, we're all a neighborhood? The gentleman sitting over there is my neighbor. He lives right next to the fire department. And he's going to have to look at this every day too. But as soon as you guys put this up, I will sell my house. I will get out of here. And I hope to God you don't, because I really love Chesterfield. I really feel like I'm at home with all these people. So I hope to God that you take this in consideration and don't let it go to your next level. You guys need to help us. You want our votes. And you're going to make everybody feel like we're worthless if you don't. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
My name is Karen Yu, and I really appreciate you letting me address the board, because I came from a communist country where everybody's voices are suppressed, like the coronavirus right now. The reason why it gets so worse is because they didn't want the truth out. Okay, so I appreciate you guys letting me speak tonight. And I want to talk about the health of the people living around the tower. Everybody can say that there's no effect, and everybody can quote about the communication law. But I can also quote the same communication law that grant the local authority to deny application for special use permit if the proposed use are inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. That's the zoning. That's what Larry talked about. So I would like to have the commission here reconsider and really, for the benefit of everybody. I did a map, and I would like to show you.
Michelle, can you hand it right to Michelle, and she'll disperse it to us.
Numerous studies show that the cell phone tower interfere with the natural radio frequency of the people. From the cell phone tower can interfere with your body's own electric magnetic field, causing many kinds of potential health problems such as headache, memory loss, cardiovascular stress, low sperm count, birth defects, and various types of cancer. There's numerous studies of that. I don't think you can go search online. This is physics. Distance and inverse square law. This shows that you are in safe zone when you are 2 kilometers away from the tower, which is 1.25 miles, okay? And that's a regular cell phone tower, not a 5G. And as the gentleman said, 5G is even worse. So if you look at the back of this map, you'll see that the red circle represent the margin, the danger zone. Okay, that's where the emission is in danger. Look at how many households, thousands of lives that you're impacting. And then you look at the green. The green, outside of the green are the safe area. Now you are talking about the elementary school and middle school that are being impacted. The kids are being impacted by this radiation. So I really think that the board should consider, as you guys represent us, we are the residents here. We elect you to represent us. So we would like you to represent us and hear our voices. Because I came from a country where the voices are being suppressed. And I want you guys to hear this. So, thank you.
Jason McKinney Mallard, I'm going to be the one that's not popular. She left her phone up here. We do need a cell tower in that area. I don't care what you guys say. Full disclosure, I work for a telephone company, not on the cell tower side. I put in landline, so this actually would affect me more because it is going to be 5G. And once you get 5G, this is going to be your internet. There's not going to be... Okay, I'm sorry, because you guys, that's our rule. That's our rules. I'm sorry. This is going to be your internet. There's not going to be AT&T lines. There's not going to be Comcast lines. This is going to be your internet. You don't put in the tower, your house value is going to go down because you're not going to be able to get the service over there that people want and expect. So I ran a speed test when I was here because you guys are closer to a cell tower. I was bringing up 144 meg download. I think it was like 6 or 7 meg upload. I do it at my house and I'm not connected to my internet. I get 4 megs. I'm not going to run my house on this internet if it's only 4 megs. You got to think forward, think into the future. We do have bad cell coverage over there. I have to have a mini cell tower in my house, a micro cell, in order to use my phone. Last time I was here for the Planning Commission, a gentleman got up and said, well, you know, he uses Wi-Fi calling in his house. Well, you're using Wi-Fi calling because your private phone isn't reliable enough. So it is something that's needed. Maybe it doesn't need to be right there. Maybe it could go to the middle school or one of the other places, but it is needed in this area because we do have poor coverage. And people are talking about 5G. Any of you board members have internet in your house and you have a decent modem, you probably have a modem that has a 2.4 gigahertz network and a 5 gigahertz network. It's already in your house. Stop being scared. Thank you.
Hi, Mark Strakowski, Chesterfield Township resident. I too want to echo the thanks for the board for staying late, for hearing us out. Thanks for coming in today. I'm sure you guys knew it was going to be a tough one, so thanks for staying late and hearing us out. What I want to focus on today is really the impact, the cell tower and the impact it would have on the property desirability and the decrease in property value. First and foremost, I consider this tower basically a blight on for the Lakeshore Drive. If you think about, and if you've driven in that area, a 110-foot metal tower will disfigure that Lakeshore Drive. Chesterfield Township has a unique attribute, and that's the lakefront. And what you're looking at doing by putting a cell phone tower, whatever, 60 or 100 feet off of a main road, is going to take away from that unique attribute. The township should be working on a beautification project along the waterfront to attract tourists and people to come out there, not ruining the scenery. Excuse me. Even in our own zoning laws, one of the stipulations is that we look to minimize visual pollution for the motoring public. This is a zoning law in regards to cell towers, and that's exactly what we're doing by putting that cell tower there. So with that, let me move on to a few sources that have stated a reduction in home values in the vicinity of cell towers. Due to time, I'm not going to go through a whole list. I mean, if you want, I can provide you with 10 or 15 different lists. But so number one, Appraisal Journal from the Appraisal Institute. That is the U.S.'s largest appraisal organization. Per their journal, over the home values are affected up to an over 20% reduction for a property if it were in close proximity to a cell tower. New York Real Estate Journal, in some areas with new towers, property values have decreased up to 20%. The Bond and Hugh Proximate Impact Study of 2004, close proximity to a cell tower reduced price by 15% on average. There's even been lawsuits. In 1994, a couple in Bunker Hill, Village of Texas, sued the city and the tower company. The city settled out of court. The cell tower company paid $1.2 million. That's obviously something we don't want to get into as a township. This is an eyesore. It's 3 to 4 times the height of a telephone pole. Telephone poles are approximately 35 feet. This is, 110? Certain telephone poles are less than 35 feet, but this will be an eyesore 3 to 4 times the height of a telephone pole, sticking out like a sore thumb right off of Jefferson. So I did some math. If you take into account a 1,000-foot radius around the area that the cell phone tower is looking to be put in, there's 95 homes within 1,000 feet. 1,000 feet, that's 0.3 kilometers or 0.189 miles. Less than 0.2 of a mile. So you will be seeing this from 1,000 feet. You'll probably be seeing it from a mile away, and that will affect the home values. The average home in Chesterfield Sells for $225,000, that's per Realtor.com. Many homes in that area are well above that, $225,000. If you were to take that value of 95 homes times $225,000, that's $21 million in value. If you decrease that by a reduction in home price of 20%, and you can do the math if you want to use 10%, that's $4.275 million. The taxable SEV then is $2.138 million. What's that come out to? The 2.137 times the $35.69 that's taxed in that area due to that school system, anchor-based schools, that's $76,000 a year, or $6,357 per month. That's taken. So to summarize that, at a 20% reduction within 1,000 feet, you are impacting taxable, the taxes to this city at $6,357. You're getting paid $1,800. Now, if you want to just say, hey, it won't go down 20%, it'll go down 10%, well, then that's $3,160, let's call it. It's still more than what you're getting paid from that cell tower going in that position. So that's just within 1,000 feet. If you were to take that radius out further, the value goes up and up. Okay, so please consider that as an overall to the city. I think it'll be a reduction. I know I will be one of the first people asking for a reduction in my taxes if this goes through. I'll be in line, and I'm sorry, Mr. LaFata, because I think you handle that area and you're going to see a lot of us, so I apologize ahead of time. A couple other things I wanted to bring up real quick, and I'm sorry because I know it's late, nobody just wants to go home. I took a ride along Jefferson, and I did my own, just using your phone. Everyone can do it. You can look online. I want to explain real quick how this is done. Everybody looks at the bars. They don't know it's an actual reading. It's a decibel reading, and it's a minus reading. So what it basically boils down to is if you're anything decibel minus 80 and below, excellent. Minus 90 and below, very good. Minus 100, good. Minus 110, fair. Minus 120, poor. And then minus 130 is none. I have Verizon Wireless's current coverage map. Wrap up quick, you went over. Oh, sorry, my apologies. I have Verizon Wireless's existing coverage map. For most of the area, it's good coverage, minus 85. They have minus 95 is fair coverage, and then they have minus 105 is poor, and that's the cluster at where they're looking at putting the cell tower. However, there are two sources that say that poor is minus 121 to 124, or minus 120, way far off of what this coverage map says at minus 105. So I have that information in some pamphlets here I'd like to distribute. If you'd like, reach out. Thank you very much. Thank you.
My name is Jerry Blackett. I live on Harbor Drive. Thank you so much for listening to us all night. My message is short and sweet. Elected officials should represent the residents who elected them. A cell tower in an established residential area is against the wishes of the residents. This is especially true during the election year. Chesterfield residents will never forget the 110 to 130-foot tower if it's allowed to be erected, and where it is visible every day. That's about it.
Hi, Supervisor Acciavatti, the board, and our attorney, Mr. Siebert. I'm here. My name is Joe Stabile. I live at 48136 Mallard Drive. I've lived there for about 45 years, and I'm here to speak in favor of the tower. I have had such bad service, and the reason why I'm here was because I seen a sign at the end of my block on Mallard Drive, professionally made, and I didn't know about that until a couple days ago. So when I found out about it, I came to this meeting because of it, and I will tell you now that I was on the Planning Commission for 17 years. So I have worked with these gentlemen and the cell towers and a lot of other things more than anybody else around. I've heard other people talk about the technicality of it, all that, and I'll leave that to them. I know there's a difference between Mr. Joseph and our attorney, Sister Siebert, as far as the law on that. I don't know. I'll leave that to them also. But I will tell you my personal thing, because I am not on Planning Commission, haven't been for a year and a half. But I've had a couple incidences at my house that I want to share in somewhat response to some of the negativeness. First of all, I don't know how they all got together unless somehow Harbor Drive seems to be all grouped together. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. I didn't know about this until a few days ago. And the thing I want to share with you is my personal experience with, let me go back to the Planning Commission. Because I was on for 17 years, I know a lot about how it works and how they think about it. And it was said here that the people that you guys here on this board should be better off taking care of the constituents than the Planning Commission. I will tell you, the Planning Commission works a lot of hours for very little money. And nobody cares about the $25. These people here, you guys all know, you're voted in here. So who cares more about the customers and the public? I will tell you it's the Planning Commission, or that Mr. Joseph is incorrect about his analysis of it. Now, let me tell you, this is the personal part I've had happen here this summer. I've had some situations where someone in the family needed some physical therapy, and I had medical people in the house. They had to keep going outside to access their computer, their phone, everything. Not too long after that, I had a water overflow, which came through the floor, busted drywall and everything. So I had a 3-month restoration project going on by one of those restoration companies. Every time they came in the house, they could not access their cell phones. They had to go back outside. And, and these were all contractors over a 3-month period of time. And I heard somebody say, well, maybe it's good enough. Well, good enough doesn't work when, if you, and I've been on the phone with AT&T more times than you can imagine. I'm on my 3rd router now that they keep telling me better than the other 2. So, and it's not much better. It's a terrible, terrible area. And the other thing is, besides the people that say that it's okay, they're wrong, because people that come to your house, family, friends, they can't get any reception from any phone service they've got in our area. And then, as far as they say, well, you just have to put the code in. Well, no one's going to do that. So my experience is the area is the worst area. I kind of agree with whoever has come up with statistics saying that.
About 10 seconds.
Okay. Whoever came up with those statistics, I agree with. And I will say that I will ask you guys as trustees and supervisor and attorneys to not even consider rescinding this tonight.
Thank you.
Let it go back to the Planning Commission and let it play through the way it's supposed to. Thank you.
Thank you. Once I start letting someone go over a little bit, then I gotta let I'm still gonna try to stay to the 5 minutes. Go.
I'm not going to take very long. I would just like to tell you, I live directly across the street from where the cell tower is going. And I do not want to go out my front door and sit on my porch, which we always do. After, when we worked, we'd come out, have a glass of wine, sit and watch the cars go by. I don't want to look at a cell tower. I don't work now and I have more time to sit on the porch. But I don't want to look at that cell tower. There's a daycare right 2 doors down from that. I'm sure those parents don't want that either. I will sell my house too because it's going to depreciate if you put that up. I'm not against having a cell tower somewhere, just not in the residential area that I have to look at. And my neighbor that's sitting there too, there's plenty of us here that don't want it in a residential area. That's all I have to say. I just want it on record. Maggie Dunn, 48474 Jefferson, does not want that cell tower there.
Good evening. My name is Susan Vitale, 47860 Harbor Drive. Many of the people here tonight are my neighbors. We live on Harbor Drive and a lot of people live on Jefferson. So you're talking waterfront property. You're talking that we pay 4 times, oh yeah, look down, 4 times the normal property tax. No. But I don't put out 4 times the amount of garbage. I don't have 4 times the number of kids in school. I don't call the police 4 times as much as anybody else or the fire department. So you have to ask yourself, why do people on the lakefront pay 4 times as much property tax as other people? So I feel that we contribute to our community in a very significant way, and I am asking you not to throw us under the bus.
I'll be quick as well this evening. We purchased the home directly next door to the water pump station about 7 months ago. Had I known that this was in the works, we would have never purchased that home. And I can tell you right now, if that goes up, we will be selling the home, probably losing our ass on it. And someone who comes to look at it, they're probably not going to ask me how good my cell phone service is. They're going to see a cell phone tower and they're going to walk away. I can guarantee it.
Hi, Renee Boucher, 48261 Forbes. I just want to say that I disagree with you. I don't know how your service is, but I've lived there for a long time. What?
Just make sure you address the board.
That's right. This gentleman that said he has horrible service, we've been there 35 years, always have had good service, never had anybody leave our house for not, being able to make a phone call or get any reception or anything like that. I think this cell tower would be horrible. I have kids, I have grandkids that come over. I don't want, if that's true about the radiation and things like that, I don't want myself, my kids, my grandkids affected by that. I don't want to see it every day. My service is great. You guys do work for the community. You work for us. And like the other gentleman said, it is voting time. And if that tower goes up, there's going to be a lot of changes probably on the board. Just saying. Thank you.
Hi again, Daniel Vansquez. Get used to my name. Moved in last summer. I'll be very political in this community.
You've already been up speaking to the...
I wanted to rebuke a fact that was given earlier.
Our board rules only...
5G is not the same as 5G in the home.
Our board rules don't allow it. Thank you.
Very different.
Hello. Hi, my name is Jason Stein. I live over on Forbes Street. And I've heard a lot of stuff about cell phone towers, ugliness, health issues. But I haven't heard anybody ask the board as to why they did not follow their own procedures when it came to sale and lease of real estate. Your own procedures state that in any sale of real estate or lease, that you need to have, I think it's 3 bids. You need to put this, advertise it in the public. Most of these people, you know why they're here? They're here because somebody took the time to pass out flyers, somebody took their own money to make up signs,
None of us who lived in the vicinity that were directly affected by this cell phone were ever notified. These are all things in your administrative procedures for the sale of real estate. Now, I would like to ask the board, why did you not follow these? Why did you change ordinances after the fact? Can anybody on the board answer that?
Our board, okay, just so everyone's clear, and pause that. Our board rules do not allow, unless if this board changes those rules, a back and forth with the speaker.
Well, I don't want a back and forth. I just want a quick answer as to why the board
at the end did
not follow their own rules when it came to this transaction. You are our elected officials. You are supposed to represent us. You are the ones who put those procedures out to protect us. This is bigger than just a cell phone tower. What happens in other property when other property goes up for sale? This is just ripe for corruption. And I'm not accusing the board of being corrupt, but there's no checks and balances here. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
My name is Brian Paul. I live at 48426 Forbes. I'm probably 500 feet away from where this proposed tower is supposed to go. I went through all the documents that are on Chesterfield's website regarding the situation, referring to what Jay was talking about with the zoning. The zoning used to have verbiage in there saying that there was a fall zone for towers and antennas. And it was the height of the tower plus 50 feet. In PI, in their lease, they state they recommend a fall zone also. Now, these guys build these towers and they recommend a fall zone, so there's a chance these towers can fall, right? So they issue a little map here during their expensive process. They made this map and it shows a circle on that map. That's the fall zone right there. Now, it used to, before the ordinance was changed at some point, I don't know, none of us know when, used to add 50 feet to that. If that 50 feet was still on there, we wouldn't be here tonight. The 50 feet got taken off, so now you're 5 feet from Bill's fence, and you're 5 feet from the young lady's fence that was just up here, that bought the house right next door. Instead of being 50 feet from her fence, you're 5 feet. Bill's outside pulling weeds along his fence, this thing decides to fall. Pounds Bill in the ground like a 16-penny nail. Is that what we want? Okay, inside that fall zone is the pumping station. That's the pumping station that keeps all of us from flooding, correct? This tower falls on that pumping station. Well, we'll get it fixed in a couple of weeks. In the meantime, we're all up to our ears in water because we didn't follow the fall zone that they advised us to follow. That tower does not belong there. When you look at this photograph that was in that paperwork, here's the site of the proposed tower. What you see is, that's the fire station, the pumping station, the tower. Now what I see Bill's house, and I see Jay's house, and I see my house, and Brad's house, and Sarah's house, and the folks across Jefferson that are here tonight. There's a neighborhood around this thing that's going to be adversely affected from day one. We urge you not to put this tower on that property. If you want to put something on that property, how about a fire station? Thank
you. Any further public comment before I bring it up to the board? Okay,
I'm Dan Blackburn. I live at 48280 Mallard. I've been there since 1985. And this has been a wonderful town to live in, but it's rapidly going downhill. And this is the kind of thing that is causing it. And when I listen to the people coming up here and talk, just about everybody that is in favor of this thing reminds me of years ago when they had the heads of the tobacco companies in front of Congress, and every one of them stood up and said, yeah, I believe that nicotine is not, addictive. But the only ones that would make that statement were the people making money off it. Everybody else out here does not want this thing. And this man that represents the tower, he said that the American Cancer Society says there's no hazard. Now, this rule was written in 1996. There's been probably 50 studies since then, and the last one that I read was like 3 years ago, the date on it. And every one of those studies says that it affects humans and their DNA, and the most susceptible are the young newborns, because their bones are thinner, their skulls are thinner, their brains are smaller, the x-rays or whatever the ray is does more damage to those little kids than to, grown-up people. I have two of those. I have a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old that spend a lot of time at my house, and I don't give a shit if I've got to get in a landline or drive down to the end of the street or whatever to make a phone call. I would rather do that than risk either one of the healths of my little grandboys. And just the idea that I got to come up here and talk to you people about this, it's just, it's almost insulting. You're not looking out for us, and we expect you to do that. And I don't know what else to say. How many times do you say, don't do this? It's dangerous, it's unsightly, it's going to affect my property values. I don't want it, they don't want it. What are you going to do? Don't do it. Thanks.
You can now. Any further board comment? Oh, I'm sorry, any further public comment? Let's bring it up to the board, and we'll start maybe Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I appreciate the community involvement, and I appreciate all the comments. I do, however, I will not be supporting this motion because procedurally, I think there's an issue there. This is something that has to go in front of this is something that has to be dealt with the Planning Commission and other advice that we've received from our attorney. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this.
You picked a great night to not have a voice, Trustee DeWick. Before we got Trustee Henderson, Trustee DeMink, Clerk Barry, and then I'll go back to Trustee Joseph because like you've already spoke a couple times. Trustee Henderson?
We'd be replowing the same field if we went into discussion as we did 2 weeks ago. We had a lot of the residents here expressing their concern going back on our end here in January 23rd when we initially had this in front of us. I think we may have coped it enough that we did approve it at that time. Another question I might have is, Mr. Bell, you talked about being involved for 3 years with our township with this issue, correct? I can speak for myself. When I had my agenda packet, I usually try to get it ahead of time and read it. First time I knew about this tower was a few days before we actually voted on it. So I wasn't aware of who you dealt with or who representing Chesterfield Township was enacting. That's okay. No, I don't know who you were enacting with or interacting with, and we got it at that point. So I'm looking forward to Mr. Joseph's motion here. Let's get this put to bed. If it ends up in court, let it go to court. That's where we're at. That's what courts are for, too. I think it's another argument, just like the F-35s, that maybe as a board we have to have more public hearings on these things. And you as a residents don't just show up here when it's in your neighborhood, looking at the big gray monster there. We're going to start live streaming. Please take the time to sit through a couple hours. Maybe you can shift off, even number of residents. Well, we'll watch it tonight or something. See what your government's doing for you. And with that, I'll turn it back to the supervisor.
One quick one, I'm sure it'll get back around to me again. This is not an easy job. We are not, and if I know a lot of new faces here, and you haven't watched the meetings yet, you probably haven't seen what's gone on with this board for the last 2.5 years. I think we had a solid 6 months where, as a team, we communicated. We all had a similar vision to move the township forward. So you look at all the good that I believe is going on. The bridge, although there was a lot of controversy over the amount of time it took, but the way that bridge looks is something that enhances the 600 foot of additional Jefferson, the entrance to Weber Paddle Park, the $1 million grant for the Brandenburg Shoreline
Point
project.
of order, Mr. Chairman, is this on my agenda item?
Yes, it is.
Because I didn't mention the bridge.
Yes, it is.
It is?
It's on this
Okay.
agenda item.
Just something
So
of a
now
speech.
you come to an issue, a question was asked as to how this happened. And how this happened is there's a lot going on in this township. Yes, a mistake was made, clearly. The board rules state that if you lease property, there should be a public hearing. Now, rewind a year, we had a piece of property on Gratiot. The exact same situation. Semco leased a piece of property, communications with this board and our legal counsel. What about this verbiage in our board rules? No, that was put there because of the lagoon, there was a story behind why those board rules were there, and they're not really relevant unless you're talking about big pieces of property. So either way, you fast forward to the reality of the situation that we're in. And the reality is, just like all land use issues and road issues, and there's factors outside of what we control as a local government that make it impossible for the optics to keep the residents happy and give the services that they demand, like increase better roads and no cell towers in this area because of the potential health risks. And we could argue all day about the reality or non-reality of that, and the visual effects, and all the other negative things that would come from a cell tower. Now, there's going to be discussions very, very soon about other very bad land uses, whether it's marijuana, whether it's other type of very poor land uses. In this specific instance, made very, very clear by our legal counsel, a cell tower will be in this general area, regardless. The laws are stacked against local municipalities and hence property owners. So now you fast forward to the board took up this item on July of last year. Our leader, we're doing very, very well. We're 7 people on the board. We unanimously voted for that. It went through Planning Commission. We had our legal department every single step of the way ensuring that that lease is ironclad and the process has got outs. And nowhere is the out us breaching a contract. Is the popular thing for me to do, trust me, is it the right thing to do for the township to support this? No. And if I thought it was the right thing to do for the township to get the best possible outcome, I would be voting in favor. I think a no on this puts us in a much, much worse position to come out with a better outcome, which maybe would be a location that's more favorable. I think going this route, if it passes, makes it more likely that this tower ends up in that location and we end up in a much, much worse position. If I was here to take a political vote, make everyone happy and have everyone cheer for me, I could do that. I'm here to do what I believe is the best thing for Chesterfield, and That's what I'm going to do. Clerk Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I think one of the things that I'm encouraged by is I'm encouraged by all the public interaction and all the public input with us. I would have loved to have seen it in July. That would have been great. One of the problems... What?
You knew about it for 3
Exactly. I'm gonna help with that.
Please keep decorum.
So we're gonna help with that, because there's a way to do that. So I agree that there needs to be a better way to communicate what's going on in your local government. And there's a way that we can do that, and I want to encourage everyone to do it. And if anyone needs any assistance to do it, we'll be happy to help you. If you go on the website, there's a button that says Notify Me. Go ahead and click on that, sign up for it to be either sent to your phone or emailed. The public, anyone can have that notification. You can set it for exactly what you want, which boards you want to be notified of. You'll be sent their agenda. It would take about 3 or 4 minutes just to go through the agenda of whatever board or commission you're interested in. And you will be able to see exactly what they're going to be discussing. You'll have access to all of the documents that the board has. The entire board packet's available. I know the board members use this when you're working remotely sometimes. Every single piece of data that we have, you'll have. And that is already available to you. The reason why notification happens through the Planning Commission is because they work by different rules, which is why I believe every member of the board voted, and I don't know, they'll tell you why they voted for this item in July, is because we had the fail-safe in there of the public hearing at the Planning Commission, and we were simply voting on the terms of the contract if and only if the Planning Commission allowed it. They were the ones that were going to make the decision on the land use. We were simply making the decision on the business terms. So I think that's why you had a 7-0 vote in favor at that time. So now we recognize that perhaps that wasn't the best way to go about it, although it was consistent with what all other communities who've dealt with this issue have done. We followed the exact same procedure. So it was nothing different. I can tell you that when this came first to our attention at the township 3 years ago, it came to us from our public safety department, was our fire department at the time, and they said, look, we really need to increase the 911 capabilities. And it was a matter of safety, and there was a lot of advocacy for it at that time. And that, look, this is going to make your residents safer, this is going to provide, and there were all of these, and it came from within our township. And it was former Fire Chief Charbonneau that brought it forward. So, and brought it to the attention of the policymakers to say, we need this. I need this to keep the residents safe. That was the genesis of it, and I know because I was there. So it's been 3 years in the making in terms of determining what the terms would be. And that's, I believe, what the 7-0 vote on the board was, is that, yes, if the Planning Commission allows it in determining the land use, which is their area, if they allow it, then these are what the terms are going to be. So even though it might have seemed backwards, I believe that must have been why the 7-0 vote, because I can't imagine that every member of the board, or that all of us, would have voted for something that nobody wanted. That doesn't even make any sense. I don't know, and I know that I've worked with, we've all worked together for 3-4 years, some of us 7-8 years. I don't know any of us who would have voted for something that nobody wants it, so we're going to vote for it anyway. So I would encourage if notification is something that I think is important, to go to the website and you'll have that, and that notification is available. I don't know if the members of the board knew that that's available, but everybody will be able to see everything and be notified of what's important to them. So that's one option. Perhaps we may want to take a look at some additional internal procedures for including notifications for other things or for other specific things. Maybe we need to make a change there. The point is we don't want this to happen again. We don't want people to not be informed. That's the biggest mistake in my mind. So the question is, how do we as a board keep people informed of issues that directly affect them? It's gotten a lot better in 7 years since I've been here in terms of our ability to notify people. or our procedures for it, but maybe we need to look at some other things. Because that's the most troubling thing to me, is that people felt uninformed. That's our fault. We need to, I believe, do a better job at keeping people informed of things that are important to them. So the question is, how do we do that? So with regards to this issue, I believe that we are in a difficult position at this point based on the recommendations of our attorney. I do believe that this issue should be handled in planning. As much as I would love for us to address it here and fix it here, I don't think this is the place for us to fix it, because it's just an effort. I think it would be more or less an effort in futility. We can go ahead and take the vote, and that's fine, but the problem is we're also making people believe that that's going to make a difference, and it isn't. And we know it. We know that we can turn the clock back on this, but it's not going to matter because we know what the trajectory is. And I don't think that that's right of us to mislead people to thinking that what we do tonight is going to make a difference, because we know it isn't. But what my concern is that we do what the right thing is to do from a policy perspective and setting a policy that makes sense. So I think that that's what the considerations have to be. So I think that... Hold on.
We're going to keep decorum here tonight. Go ahead.
Okay, so the question is, how do we get the end result, and what are we charged with looking at? I think we're charged with looking at, do we break the lease or not? And if we do, what does that mean? And we had discussions about that. So I strongly believe this belongs in planning. I don't believe it belongs here. And if I believe for a minute that we could, that it was going to make a difference, I would do that, but I believe that it belongs in planning. This is a land use issue. If we're going to take this away from planning, what else are we going to take away from planning as well? So I've got a concern about it being in the right place, as Trustee Bosberg mentioned.
Please. Any further boards? I'm going to have one quick follow-up. Just from a...
Do you get like three rounds here?
This would be my second. You trust me, you got plenty. You already have three.
Treasurer LaFata. Go ahead.
Okay, Treasurer LaFata, I don't think he's been up yet. Treasurer LaFata, go.
That'd be great.
This type of attitude is
I'm not
got to
gonna-
get over.
You thrown three daggers in your first two. Nobody wants to hear anymore. Let somebody else speak, please.
I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna try and dance around the tulips. The township board has process and procedures. They're not followed. That's part of the problem. It's just not the board rules. It winds up being the purchasing policy. It's the one for special events. It's one after another. Yeah, if you look at Township Charter Act, there's somebody in the township that's supposed to be responsible to make sure that those are followed all the time. If they're not, there's one person responsible. The Charter Act says that if there's not a township manager, it's the township supervisor. Unfortunately, I try to put checks and balances in place. I try to get tighter purchasing policies, and somebody undoes them, and they put enablers in to spend more money. And then when they do that, they still don't follow policy. So the board doesn't follow policy, and we make mistakes. And the Planning Commission can't undo this mistake. It's got to be done by the board. And the only way to do that is to rescind the lease. Good, bad, or indifferent, the board is responsible to the residents. This is what the residents want. This is what we should give them. There's been other instances where there's been residents that have been unhappy because when they put a pump station in over on Millard Court, they put a bunch of panels in front of their house. All it took them was a couple of days, and the board sprung to have all that stuff moved at a cost to the township. It was done there. There's no reason why it can't be done here. Maybe there's a difference between Miller Court and Forbes and Mallard. I don't know. But we're responsible for what happens. I really don't care about the bridge over Jefferson. I don't care about the Weber Pedal Park. The issue right now is the cell tower in your backyards. So I think we should undo what's done, and the only way to do it is by the board. The planning commission can't do it.
Thank you. Mr. Seaver, could you talk about everything that you feel comfortable talking about that will not cause us issues legally down the road relating to board and planning commission separation of duties and powers and the advice that you're giving us as legal counsel?
Well, the advice that I gave you as legal counsel, I gave you in closed session because it involved an attorney-client privilege document that I wrote that analyzed these legal issues in detail, and it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to discuss the strength and weakness of your legal position in a public forum when the opponent that's going to be the plaintiff in the lawsuit is sitting 15 feet away. It's like playing cards where the other side's got looking at your hand. So I've given the board my best legal advice in a 5 or 6 page, single-spaced opinion. I laid out the law, I cited the legal authority, I cited the Federal Communications Act, I cited all of the issues that the Planning Commission can and cannot consider. I weighed in on whether or not you would be breaching the lease. I discussed what the potential ramifications were of a breach. And you're the client. If the board wants me to discuss all of that in open session, I'm all about it. The privilege isn't mine, the privilege is yours. If you want me to disclose our legal position in a public forum, if you got 4 votes, I'm happy to do it.
I will make a motion that we take the letter that we discussed in closed session and release that
on the floor, and there is debate on the floor regarding my motion. I would like to be heard on my motion. That's parliamentary proper.
Absolutely, you're correct. Is it safe to say?
Then why are you talking still?
I'm doing to follow up with your activity.
Why are you talking? I have a motion. There's debate on the floor. I've asked to be recognized 3 times. You've spoken twice in this round. It doesn't supersede my motion.
I will recognize you when you're time to be recognized, but
it is now. It is now parliamentary.
It is now. Because this is very, the people have got to be able to see this. You've got to be able to see this. We're up here with information that we cannot say that our legal
You just got to remember this, people. You just got to remember this.
Our legal people are telling us, the experts, you are going to put Chesterfield in harm's way if you do not let Planning Commission do their job.
You put Chesterfield.
Turn it over to Trustee Joseph. Trustee Joseph.
Mr. Supervisor, all due respect. With all due respect. Go ahead. I believe that you're I don't know if it's intentionally or unintentionally, but I don't know what the difficulty is in understanding the attorney's position. It's been misrepresented in terms of advice. He does not give us advice on how to conduct yourself politically. He gave us a very detailed instructions about the contract. I believe the contract was executed properly based on the board direction at the time. It is a simple lease agreement that indemnifies the township in areas, and it's smartly written. It's a well-written contract. There's no debate about the contract. The question and the motion, which is why I asked to go into closed session, is to get fellow board members' feedback on the proposed agenda item, which is to rescind the contract. Rescinding the contract is done in the business world for a number of reasons. It doesn't make you a bad, it happens all the time. Information becomes forward. We asked for, and I wouldn't disclose, and I'd ask you not to disclose, what the potential response to that is. And I'm still asking to go forward with knowing exactly what we were advised. But I've been very careful not to engage the attorney who was writing everything down, and I'm certainly is going to prepare to represent his client. I respect that. I really do. But I also know that we have a response, and we will make the response should it be the appropriate time. But if I could, before we get to the legal opinion, we had a number of people that came to the podium with some very specific things that I would like to respond to. The question that Mr. Rass asked, and how did the ordinance get changed? It shouldn't have. It came about after the fact. It was presented to the board as an audit of our ordinances, an out-of-date ordinance. But it certainly has the appearance of very powerful people going forward and making crooked places straight. That's what it looks like, and that's the concern that I have. It's not just a simple, we made a mistake and didn't follow our... I made a mistake. I can tell you, I made a mistake, and I'm going to own it, and I'm sorry. And during the Planning Commission, a number of your people came forward, residents came forward, they came to the podium, and they asked about the cell tower ordinance and the falling and all of that. And nowhere was there any discussion about that being in conjunction with any plans involving cell tower property, but clearly after the fact it was. And so when residents come forward and they say, how can you put a tower in a residential area? And then we say, well, we have a process and a procedure, and the rules are very clear, and here they are, we changed them, and they fit exactly the way they're supposed to fit. And then you say, well, why am I getting hassled about deck rails? It's because you don't have powerful friends. That's the meat of it. And I can tell you, I've been scrapping here my entire life. I don't know what you're upset about, but whatever. He's powerful, yeah. So the problem that I have with the procedure is this. When we have board rules, and if you had come to the board meetings when the board rules were introduced, there was a general belief that Section 5 of those board rules applied to me. They don't like me talking. So there were drafted board rules to limit speech, and we battled on that one for about 3 hours. That also included, Section 5 also included how many minutes you could speak. Except the crafters of that ordinance forgot there was Section 9, which dealt with how to deal with the sale or lease of township property. We blew it. We can fix it. We can fix it, and our attorney has given us an opinion on what happens if we do this politically and what we do this politically. And I think when all is said and done, we have an opportunity to repair something that was damaged very critically tonight. And that is just the appearance of how things are done. And the trust. You're absolutely right. To simply just tell you about how we can sign you up to get a postcard at some other, don't buy that. I really want to vote for you, and I really want to do the right thing here, but, and then you're told all kinds of other things about why I can't. Mr. Houck said it exactly right when he got up here about an hour and some change ago, and he said, we know all the back and forth. The question is, do you have the will? I have the will. It's the right thing to do. We have an out, we have a response, we have a very competent attorney. We have to do the right thing here because we've blown it too many times. We can fix this. We can fix this. And the Planning Commission is not the place to fix it. If I'm on the end of a 4-3 vote, I hope you all come back next Tuesday because it'll be in front of planning. We'll have a whole list of reasons, I will, as to why this doesn't fit. And we'll tailor the argument to meet the confines of what can be considered at the Planning Commission. But I think we have an opportunity, and if I could just point out one additional thing. The comment about what the Planning Commission does and what the board does, I never intended to besmirch my friends and my coworkers on the Planning Commission. But they don't do politics. That's not their job, and they don't want to do politics. And they've made it very clear to me. I am the political liaison to the Planning Commission. They evaluate the planning rules from a planning perspective. They're not charged with representing what you think is necessarily the best thing to do with your property. Entering into a contract in violation of our board rules is not a Planning Commission function. We can write that. We can fix that. I asked at the Planning Commission, when this came to the Planning Commission, for the Planning Commission to table it for one reason. I felt the board blew it, and I wanted the board to weigh in on everything that we've done tonight. There's nothing that cannot be undone. They've heard from you, and if they don't vote for you, then I don't think it's unfair to assume they don't have the will. Simple as that. Mr. Houck, you were exactly right.
Any further comments? Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. The only question that I would have for my fellow board members is, if all this would have happened in July, would your vote have been different?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay. So then I think then it's, the motivation's properly placed. But I think that all of the concerns that came up tonight would have gone to planning. And I think that...
No, back in Trustee Joseph.
We'll have a conversation about it later, it's not a problem.
I understand later when they're up here.
But it's not a problem. But I think that we tried to do the right thing by having planning decide land use, and we decided business contract terms. And that's the way that, because that's where we've done it, as in Supervisor Acciavatti pointed it out, in other things as well. So it's not that anything was done improperly, it's just that even if this had followed the board rules, I suspect we would be in the same place. So it was a good contract that was negotiated between our legal team and the petitioner. Everybody recognized that the terms were beneficial to the township at the time they voted for it, which is why they voted for it, I imagine. I think just when there is potential political threat or heat, things want to change. But we would be evaluating the same contract. We're looking at the same terms. Nothing would have changed or been different. So I think that we have to look at it in that context, and I think that the board made the right decision in putting the land use decisions with planning and the business terms decisions with the board. And I would like to continue to proceed in that manner. I believe it's best practices and it's the best way to go.
Trustee Vosberg.
Move that we call a question.
Move to call the question by Trustee Vosberg. Is there support?
Support.
Motion to call the question by Trustee Vosberg, support by Clerk Berry. Clerk Berry, call the roll on the call of the question.
Trustee Vosberg.
Yes.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Aye. Trustee Demink votes aye. Treasurer LaFata.
Aye.
Supervisor Acciavatti.
Aye. Clerk Berry, please call the roll on item 12A. Motion by Trustee Joseph, support by Treasurer LaFata. Clerk Berry, please call the roll.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Treasurer LaFata.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
No.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Demink votes no. Supervisor Acciavatti.
No.
Clerk Berry, no.
Motion fails. We're moving back up to public comment. Please, keep decorum, please. We're moving back up to public comment. Please limit your public comment. Hold on 1 second. Chief, could you keep him quiet out there while we do public comment? This is a public meeting. Do the best. We have another shot at Planning Commission, which is where this belongs. Public comment. Let's go.
Public comment. Hang on.
You turn your mic.
1 minute.
Turn your mic on.
1 minute.
Sorry about that. I just want to address the one thing, and this was why I got upset. Mr. Joseph, we never brought any pressure to bear on anybody. We never... I don't know. I'll just speak very loudly. It's what I do best. We never brought any pressure whatsoever to bear on the changing of your ordinance. None whatsoever. We didn't bring any of the power that you allegedly said that people don't have that we do. None. If the ordinance had stayed the way it was, we just simply sought a variance in that circumstance, and that's what we probably would have done if it hadn't been changed. We've done it dozens and upon dozens of times in the past. We would have brought out the information about the fact that the towers don't fall. They have an incredible success rate. It's like 99% or more in the face of hurricanes and tornadoes and a variety of other things. They just don't fall. And they're also designed to crumple on themselves, not to go over like trees. That was the reason why, as I understood it, why the ordinance was changed. We had nothing to do with it whatsoever. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
General comment?
Yeah, general comments. You got another 5 minutes. 5 minutes per person. And then we bring it back up to the board again, and then we'll adjourn.
Mark Fortin, Chesterfield, Mallard Drive. The whole core and problem of this is that ordinances were changed after a deal was made, and somebody knows that. Somebody knows it. Somebody knew it. That didn't just happen. And here we sit there and say, oh, we got no other way out of this. And you say work for them, not for the citizens of the township. You're there to protect the board. Now, we're forced, I love this part, how many here are fixed income? How many? Retired, whatever. We're forced to pay for a stinking arts center in Detroit on our millage. We're forced to pay for, what's the other great things? Oh, the buses, that's great. Big buses going empty up and down our streets. We get to pay on our property tax for that. I'd gladly pay a little bit to fight these people. They don't care about us, so they're going to work with you and say, well, there's so many people against this. Maybe we can work together and find another spot. Are you kidding me? What do they care in Australia? So the mistake was not made here. Somebody knew they were going to change that ordinance because it didn't fit the contract they made. And our attorney ain't going to find out because he's for you guys, he's not for us. But we could pay millages. The San Diego Zoo needs some money. Why don't we pass a millage for that?
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Yes, my name is Joe Payne. I live on Harbor Drive. I wasn't going to say anything, but I just heard the attorney said they're 99% reliable. I work for a car company. I don't put our cars 99% reliable. We crash tens, hundreds of cars to make sure it's damn zero. 99% reliable. It's just not reliable. Done.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Oh, my name's Tom Hauk, Harbor Drive, Chesterfield Township. So I would just like to say that I believe both parties entered into this contract knowing that the proposed site was not in compliance. Both parties, especially if they spent 3 years studying this, should have and did know that the property was zoned residential and it was not in compliance with having a tower there at the time the contract was negotiated and at the time the contract was signed. It was only afterwards that Ordinance 177 was put into place that allowed this tower to be at this location. I would like the board to rescind Ordinance 177 and put the verbiage back like it was when the contract was signed. Thank you.
Any further public comments before we bring it back up to the board?
Hi, 2 comments real quick. I know you guys can't vote based on health risk, but since the lawyer from the cell tower company brought it up, you can look on the American Cancer Society webpage, and I quote, in another study, researchers compared a group of more than 2,600 children with cancer to a group of similar children without cancer. They found that those who lived in a town that could have exposed them to a higher than average RF radiation from cellular phone towers in the previous 5 years had a slightly higher risk of cancer, although not of any certain type of cancer like leukemia or brain tumors. Just wanted to set the record straight. That is from the American Cancer Society webpage, so what he basically stated is not true. Also, I know the easy thing is to put this to the Planning Commission, and maybe by process it is the right thing, but we don't vote the Planning Commission in, and that's the problem. We vote you guys in. So when it comes time to vote, we can be your best allies or your worst enemies. Stand by us, so we stand by you. And that's what I feel we were kind of let down today on that. We were looking for you guys today to take that out of the Planning Commission's hands because we don't vote for them. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any further board comments before we're going to bring it back up to the board?
Well, like I said, I came from a communist country background. After all the residents voiced their concern and then you still voted down not to rescind this contract, I think you are gutless. No guts.
Which one of you is willing to put it in your front yard? Raise your hands now.
Raise them. Do you want it in your front yard? Because I don't. The people have spoken. The planning department doesn't vote. You told us that. Is that another lie? You can't even look at me. Raise your hand if you want it in your yard. Raise your hand. I do not want it in my yard. I'd have to look at it every single day. But I won't. I will sell my house faster than you would think. And all these people will sell it too. There's all your profit from all us people on the lake with our heavy taxes.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
My name's Deborah Van Haverbeck. I live at 48452 Forbes. I'm the second house behind the fire station. That tower is going to be less than 100 feet from my house. So in a high wind, if it topples over, it will come down on my house. My neighbor Bill is closer. He's about 50 feet from that tower. Now, I also hear that those towers make noise. When the wind blows, there's a humming noise, and they're supposed to have alarms on them so that when something goes wrong with them, the alarms go off. And sometimes it takes the cell phone companies 2-3 days to come and tend to it. And residents in your area have to put up with a buzzer going off for 2-3 straight days. Okay? It's going to be an eyesore. It's going to bring down all their property values. And I'm pretty sure I'm selling my house too. Because I don't want to live in a township where you can stare us in the eye and continue to do this when we beg you not to. You have got prime property on that lake. And you are going to lose so much money in property taxes that what Mr. Joseph said the last meeting, you're shooting yourself in your foot.
Thank you.
Giovanni Vitale, I live in Arbor Drive. Looks like, lady and gentlemen, you guys are screwed up. Fix the problem. Admit your guilt and fix your problem. Let's not let this be a big actual lawsuit, because we can sue all of you. You made a mistake. Accept it and fix it. For God's sake, what is it? And this type of agenda should have been by itself. You let people wait 3-4 hours, and the private meeting and whatever. Why don't you manage that proper, make the agenda by itself? A lot of people are tired. You vote on what? Admit your guilt and fix it.
So, we're already out in the hall. We're already starting to look for an attorney that'll take this case. But there's one thing that I think you all know. If a class action lawsuit starts, I believe that not only can you be sued as a trustee, but I've heard that you can also be sued personally when you've screwed up your job. We'll find out. But you're either going to face a couple of guys over there, or you're going to face hundreds of Chesterfield residents. And you've been draining us for years with property taxes. Believe me, if we have to come up with a few $100s or whatever it takes, we'll do it to protect what you've been taxing us on. Seriously, it's not rocket science.
Any further public comments before I bring it up to the board? Trustee DeBank. Oh, Trustee Bosberg. This is Trustee Bosberg speaking for Trustee DeBank.
Trustee Mink would like everyone to know that his vote is based on the opinion of the township attorney, who is more versed in legal matters than what he is.
Need to get a new attorney.
Trustee Bosberg.
I already stated it, but I'll just echo the same comment. Thank you.
Trustee Anderson.
A lot of discussion tonight. I'd say I'd have no comment, but I think individually we all kind of gave the rationale for our positions, and you folks out there, you got your position too, so do what you got to do. Thank you.
Trustee Joseph.
Thank you. For those that are angry with the attorney, please know he doesn't have a position on this. He represents the board, and the board sends him in to act on the vote. So if the vote is to do one thing or another, the attorney makes the best of what he can make with this. I can tell you, without violating closed session, the attorney offered no advice in terms of how to vote. It's a very disappointing to hear some of my fellow board members talk about the attorney's advice. It's not accurate. He gave you an opinion on what the case would look like if you went this route, gave an opinion on what it would look like on this route, and then the board has to make a political decision. He was very clear with that, and he handled, I think, very deftly a request for cover. Please, please cover for me and tell the people what will happen, bad things will happen. And he said, I'm not going to violate the attorney-client privilege unless you really want me to screw up your case, because it's here to protect you, not me. It was very sound legal advice. It's just cover. And I don't want to go back through the entire thing. It's not necessary. I will just tell you this. Next week, Tuesday, in this room is the Planning Commission meeting. And I didn't feel that it was the appropriate place to resolve this. I thought the board had an opportunity to make amends for something we botched. I'm still saying that it was an honest mistake, although there's people that are very, very wise that picked up on the fact that a lot of places were made straight that were previously crooked as a result of this deal. And that's what I've been chasing since I've been here. We'll make the best of it. Next week is a Planning Commission meeting, and during the Planning Commission meeting, the opportunity for the public to be heard, it won't be 4 hours, 5, right? And I will say to you, don't go home defeated, don't go home sad or upset about this decision, because there is nothing more insignificant than the score of the game at halftime. Next week, please come forward. There's a whole different reason and a whole different set of circumstances and arguments to be made for why your concerns about having a tower in your backyard are legitimate, and that is the place, hopefully the Planning Commission will receive that and we'll get the right outcome. It didn't happen tonight. It didn't happen tonight. People vote their conscience. I don't know why they voted the way they voted. I know why I voted the way I voted. So next week, Planning Commission, please come back and have your voice heard, and hopefully we can get to the right outcome. Thank you.
Treasurer LaFata.
I'd like to thank the residents for coming out tonight. I know it's late, but there was something to mention. I have to set the record straight. There's been 4 members of this board that has voted against the opinion of our legal counsel previous issues. So what they're saying that they're voting today because they're honoring his opinion, they've done the opposite in the past, and you should know that. Thank you.
Clerk Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I think we're all tired and it's late, so if anyone has any questions about why I voted the way I did, please contact me. I'd be happy to meet with you, talk with you on the phone, email, whatever you'd like to do. I'd be happy to do that, but I'm not going to take up any more time with anyone tonight for that.
Thank you. I really appreciate obviously the passion and the being here this late. It is ridiculous that it's 12:14 and we have to go through this. Believe me, don't believe me. The best vote in the best path for there not to be a tower in that location is clearly through the Planning Commission. The tools are there. The safeguards are there. Trust me, I would have loved to be able to put an affirmative vote on that tonight, to make you all happy, to make you all believe I was there for you. In doing so, with the information I have, I essentially would have really kick-started and ensured that it goes there. The process will work. Planning Commission is the next step, and I have complete faith. If this can be righted, it will be righted. I do urge you to watch the meeting on the 23rd. I have faith in our Planning Commission liaison and our Planning Commission. Watch the meeting on the 23rd as to how, in the amount of detail that went in from that Planning Commission to get us to here. The safest path, the best path for Chesterfield is not the political vote that was taken tonight. Our next board meeting is February the 25th at 7 p.m. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Clerk Wright, support by Trustee Vosper. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by saying nay. We are adjourned.
12:15.